蝕版咪被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益？看風使盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我戥你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計。感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪就雞，都能是專業的咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過，咪就雞，咪就雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒擺到埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓對濕，就份復習，個身份住好過要出咗你對不對你輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，遊唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪就雞，都能是專業的咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都無能為力。睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息。偷雞唔成蝕版咪被發現痕跡。成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益？看風使盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟。我戥你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計。感知但係有人好運有人無計。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，都能是專業的咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒擺到埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓對濕，就份復習，個身份住好過要出咗你對不對你輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，遊唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，都能是專業的咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。 咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風使盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我戥你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken 啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包得埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓第三，想份復習，個新聞最好不如出咗你對不對你輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，遊唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken 啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟，惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風使盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟。我戥你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken 啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包得埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓第三，想份復習，個新聞最好不如出咗你對不對你輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，遊唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken 啦，咪走雞。 咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風使盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我等你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞。
8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds. 8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BaubleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds. 8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BaubleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds. 8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome once again to the PGS APAC Qualifiers 2025 for Phase 1. This is Contract here alongside Saga to bring you all the action, and we're already getting ourselves into the third day of action here in the play-in stage.
That's all the days we've got. This is the last day, the final chance for all of these 16 teams to claim a spot in the finals of PAQ, where they will compete for a chance to play against some of the best teams in the world at PGS 7 and 8. Only 8 of the teams in today's matches will make it to that stage, and after what happened yesterday, it could not be any closer for the vast majority of these teams. It's been set up so perfectly for a final day for the ages.
Yeah, and it is definitely going to be a really daunting task for these teams to keep their composure throughout the course of these 6 runs and to ensure that they do not even slip a single game at all, or else they have to play a whole lot of catch-up games in order to get by. So that being said, of course, we'll give you all the details that you need in order to keep up to speed with what goes on here in APAC. As we're still in the play-in stage, we have our 16 teams to be battling here for the course of these 3 days. And this being the final day, that means there's only 6 matches for them to conclude before they get themselves into the final stage, if they have enough points, that is.
12 of the 18 matches already been and gone, and we've seen pretty much every single one of these teams have some highlight level performances, show what they're capable of, but some of them just not as, I'm going to use the C word again, consistent as all the others. And that's what it always has to be when we're playing these longer series. 3 days here for the play-ins, but in particular the final stage, 4 days of super settings. That's 24 matches. Consistency there is going to be even more important. And we've already seen that lacking a little bit so far. Some of the teams that came out looking really good on day 1 of the play-in stage fell off massively on day 2, and vice versa. Some of the teams that started off slow have really ramped up on the second day. So our mid-pack is unbelievably stacked. And these final 6 games are going to have so much impact to decide who gets to play in the final stage starting on March 27th next weekend.
That's right. And once they do make their qualifications into the finals, they'll be joined by some of the stacked rosters, the champions of each respective region alongside the second seed as well. And we'll get to see which top 4 teams will be making the cut into facing some of the finest teams globally in the PGS 7 and 8, like you mentioned before. You know, we've seen teams that have met our expectations, and we've also seen a lot of teams really hunting out for those big cash prizes, as we got a whopping 80K on the line, as well as some bonuses for the individual prizes like MVP, Eagle Eyes, and so on. So there's still a whole lot to play for.
There's also the best voted moment. That one as an individual prize gives a big W in terms of extra prize money, $650 additional, potentially on top of as much as $25,000 for the team that comes in first place overall in the APAC qualifiers, on top of making that big step to get to the global stages. And we said some of the best in the world globally will be awaiting them there at PGS 7 and 8. But first, we've got some of the best APAC over here in the finals that already qualified. Top 3 in the Vietnam series, top 3 in the Thailand series, and top 2 from PMS. All of these teams that are fighting today in the play-in stage, as much as they would love to have the best voted individual moment, maybe an M249 squad wipe, potentially. That's an option. But first of all, if they want to make it to the globals, they got to fight their way through some of the toughest in the Southeast Asian region that are still sitting, watching and waiting for their time to pounce and absolutely dominate these teams if you get the chance.
That's right. Let's take a close look into who could possibly get into the top 8. All the way from 15 up to even the 9th spot, we'll definitely see some massive changes moving across these 6 games. So as for now, Zed Esports definitely will have to prove themselves to really score big chicken dinners as well as massive kill points in order to even match up to the tempo of the rest of the pack. And right now, some of these others over on to the first half definitely will be at least enjoying a little bit of that gap that they've been able to accumulate plentiful points that they did back in day 1 as well as day 2. So we'll be moving into the double wrangle rounds to kickstart day. So I believe this will be something that all these teams will be really happy on how the pacing of the day will go.
Yeah, Erangel really has been the one map where teams have been pretty consistent across the board. Vast majority of teams in the 4 Erangel maps that we've played have sort of roughly 25 to 30 points. There's a couple that don't. Surprisingly enough, the 2 teams that ended up in 1st place and 3rd place by the end of day 1, NKT and Xavage Men, massively underperforming on Erangel. Only 11 points in total and 13 points in total for Xavage Men on that map. So that's a big reason why they've slipped so far down the standings after such a dominant performance at the start of day number 1. So hopefully they can get off the mark with a strong boost. But historically so far, over the past couple of days of tournament, it hasn't been the easiest of times. Although we have had a military island or 2, and that's really made it a bit awkward for a lot of the teams to be consistent and even get across. I mean, what, 30-something players alive by 16 minutes was just, like, even by Apex standards, that's shams. So many early fights. So hopefully this time some of those teams will get the opportunity to put some of that VOD review that they've inevitably been doing over this weekend into effect. We get to see somewhat of a turnaround, keeping things tight.
Yeah, and hopefully this does not happen once more, because this is definitely going to be a really tough run for these upcoming matches. So looking into all these teams, like you did mention Xavage Men, and we're also looking at the rest of the board coming in from the PMS region, it seems like yesterday really wasn't exactly the best run for them entirely. We've seen efforts coming out of Roy Esports to still try to accumulate as much placement points as they can, but they're not really having the best fights potential coming into many of all these different altercations that they got involved with. So definitely they want to improve on how they would navigate that. Other than that, the Thai squad's definitely looking really strong, especially with massive wins coming in from Daytrade as well as FW Esports, both garnering double chicken dinners coming in for day 2. So perhaps it might just be another day of a streak coming in for the Thai teams as well.
Yeah, if anyone picks up 2 chicken dinners, you're pretty much locked in to the grand finals, particularly any of those teams that are scrapping down in the bottom 8 as it currently stands, all the way down to 15th place. It is still extremely possible. Even potentially Zen Esports could do it. It's a 33-point gap to catch up. It's doable in 6 games, but they're going to have to come out with a massive starting performance as we get into game number 1 on Erangel.
We kick things off on a lovely Sunday, and thank you so much for joining us throughout the play-in stages. Next week, we will definitely have a whole lot more action with 4 jam-packed days of PUBG Esports, guys, to, of course, witness as we have the best across APAC in the lobby, and this one will kickstart from the corners of Lipovka to be moving into the far west. So looking at the trajectory, I still feel like this is still going to be a very standard start where a majority of the teams will be able to have a very comfortable passage to move into their own township. But that being said, though, it'll be a little bit of a stretch for those who will opt to move to places like Cerberus. So we'll definitely have to see if there's going to be any contest for those vehicles. Any outliers that you see that's doing something different moving to Daytrade?
I'm just keeping an eye on what's going on between X-Men and 40k. Maybe the same thing between TDT and eArena as well. Maybe a couple of vehicle contests. Looks like Norins is going basically head-to-head with Van. Just to the north of Sololzi, Cerberus was doing some freaky activities in yesterday's Erangel matches. They feel pretty damn safe with their 90 points they've already got locked in. So if they start hearing shots in the early phases of the game, I would not be all too surprised to see them just get in vehicles and send it over to see if they can find anything. But thankfully not. Norins grabs a separate vehicle. He goes his separate ways with Van, and everyone is nice and chill, relaxed for a nice early game. As the zone does head over towards the east, we're going to get to see a little bit of Mansion in play.
Yeah, that's always fun to watch from time to time to see how these teams will just be trying to get some of all these vital spots in the zone. Now, there could also be the case where you did mention that some of these guys have been able to accumulate just about enough points to make the top 8 cut. Does that mean that they'll get to relax a little bit for these guys for mid-pack to be able to, play a whole lot more of a catch-up game or so? But most likely than not, looking at how Cerberus has been playing, they're still going for really cheeky plays, but still showing off a lot of aggression, just like how Haisaki did actually secure like 3-4 frags, if I do remember, from their run inside the island. So they're still definitely a strong force in these matchups.
Yeah, it really almost has Cerberus split into duos for the past couple of matches on Erangel. It's Haisaki and Lambao are doing the weird stuff, just running at whatever gunshots they can hear, while Imkudi, Salolzi, they hold down the fort, they get the salvage points when inevitably the other duo gets themselves into trouble and gets killed, sometimes by a guy who's proning with a vector. Is all it takes to get a couple of freebies onto FW Esports. But with 90 points, they're pretty much safe. All they have to do is not get 0 points in every single match today, and they should just about be fine. FW as well, their double winner-winner chicken dinner in yesterday's matches, going to do wonders for their safety. Maybe when we get to teams like NKT, we might have a couple of alarm bells start to ring. In yesterday's matchups, NKT picked up a total of 18 points. If they did that again today, that puts them exactly at 95. We said that 96, roughly between there to 100, is likely where the cutoff point is based on how the leaderboard fell at the halfway mark. So 95 might not be as safe as it sounds by the end of today. So hopefully we get to see a little bit more of day one form out of NKT.
Yeah, it's been pretty spectacular on how they've been able to set plenty of traps as well as catching teams off guard on midst of rotation. So perhaps they should be moving back to that same formula to get themselves pretty much up ahead again, or at least stack 20 points for today and just chill for the rest of the night. They should be still pretty okay in order to get themselves into the triple-digit margins as well. So we'll definitely have to see if they'll be able to do so. Meanwhile, of all these veteran squads that's been in APAC for the longest of time, Buriram United this season have found themselves to be in a really sticky spot right now, sitting at 12th, and they definitely have a lot to prove right now in order to match up with the rest of these Thai squads that's always been in the right form.
Just hasn't been the same fragging level that they had in the Thailand series. They've got a total of 30 frags across 12 games that we've played. That is far, far below what they were pulling off in their home league, where they had 100 kills in total. Their placement points were a struggle, but the kills were certainly not. They were slaying everyone in sight. But here it's almost as if they've tried to fix the problem of survivability, and it's come at the expense of getting those kills. But thankfully, they did have a better day on day 2. Still wasn't anything like blowing anyone out of the water, wasn't an outrageous performance, but 34 points is definitely a better margin than the 20 they had on day number 1. And maybe it might be enough. Maybe we are gassing it a little bit by saying 96, just purely based on how inconsistent and volatile the lobby has been. No one's really been dominating up towards the top end of the table. Even teams like eArena and Daytrade, who are up there well above 100, have had their games where they've struggled. And TDT have as well, and they might just have another one if Hwangef gets caught out on this buggy. A 4-man eArena opposite the side of the road. Does not want to get his tires popped there while he's isolated from the rest of the squad. The shots fly in his direction, and he is out of there.
Oh, he's definitely thankful that he did manage to at least swerve away from that vicinity. TDT did manage to secure a chicken dinner yesterday to at least salvage that dire situation that they were in, and that has boosted them into the mid-pack, else they'd be stuck around the same amount of points that Buriram United has been singling around with the 50-point margins. Now, I really do wonder about the mindset coming into those teams who are around that 60-point margin right now, sitting in the middle. Do they opt to prioritize a little bit more on their safety, or would they just go pedal to the metal, try to get anybody that's moving around the map later on throughout the latest phases? Because they definitely do need those points, but if you were to bow out early, it does not even mean anything at all.
It really doesn't, and maybe that's why they're feeling a little bit reckless, a little bit hasty, making their moves, but it's TDT that's falling victim to it. eArena was chasing down Hwangef. They've caught John on the rotation just behind, and you caught a glimpse of it on the minimap. Cerberus is lurking here as well, another team that has nothing to lose, and Hwangef has everything to lose, and Imkadi might just be contributing to that major loss that TDT simply cannot afford after getting 0 points in back-to-back angles yesterday. This one started off with an absolute disaster for them.
Well, eArena is really not holding anything back right now, spotting the barrel of the weapon, and Lyrics immediately goes in for the shot. Banny is already down. He's got the Panzer. He does not need it at all. So Jacob just secures it very swiftly. So eArena still pretty much healthy. Can't really say the same about Sizzy though. He fell off pretty far away, and there's the rest of Cerberus Esports on the spine of that farm hill. So it will still be a big battle that might actually erupt between them as well as Cerberus Esports, and I think they just gotta cut their losses right now. Definitely no saving grace for this member of eArena.
Well, at the very least, as we said, it's kind of fine for eArena to take losses in the early stages of the game. Wouldn't really be great to give them up to Cerberus if they want to hold on to first place, but it's not a team that's going to have any major impact on proceedings. But R8 is starting to creep and poke their head around this area, hearing all these gunshots. R8 is a team that does need the points, currently in 7th, 4 points above safety on the cutoff, so anything that they're able to steal away from this engagement would be massive. But the main factor in all of this, TDT down to just a solo. TDT's Erangel so far has been absolutely... There is no better word. It has been simply shambolic. We're on our 5th Erangel match of the tournament, and they're looking at being below 1 point per game if they can't salvage anything from this match. 4 points in total. Simply not going to be good enough if they want to make themselves a spot in the top 8. Rip, though, on the opposite side of the map up north, does find an angle lurking behind the tree. Jiatin tries to make a rotation to regroup with the rest of his squad, but it's caught out by the lurker.
Yeah, so many of all these pickoffs happening by the edge of the map where they're kind of forced to rotate side by side in a certain manner, but T2K currently split apart while they just have a little bit of a bumpy ride moving into the tree. So Windy Gaming, they could just basically buy a little bit more time to try to eventually cut their way towards the northern end. Enter Lipovka through Stalber perhaps is going to be the approach that they're going for later on. As I speak of it, they're already well on their way, just moving into the bridge to move past the areas of Yasna Polyana. Now, I'm pretty surprised of all the spots left available, nobody seems to be pretty much fully occupying areas like Yasna to at least hold for a checkpoint for now, but for Zen Esports, they've been moving rather late, so they will be coming in from the island and perhaps just in time to get that direct drop into an empty Milta.
There's a whole lot of free real estate over to the eastern side of this zone now with that southern hard shift. The Milta Peninsula, Milta Power, all still in play, and Zen is going to take the shortcut, which is fully understandable considering that they have already played a 6-game series today, as has Happy Squad, both of them just coming off the back of playing in Prem League in OCE. Shout out my boys Funky and Darth, the big boy casters over there. But, I mean, it's going to be tough. I mean, they've just played 6 games, had like maybe a 20-minute break, and they're like, okay, now we have to play for our tournament lives. And they're going to start off taking a bit of a shortcut with an emergency parachute, but they just see Lyrics lurking underneath, getting the car into the compound. I don't even know if he knew, but he just lands in front of him and gets splattered immediately. That is so unlucky for 2D.
Oh, man, he really got to check all these corners before dropping right into that area, and they're facing up against the top dogs right now. eArena, despite only losing CZ, they're definitely bound for more of these battles, and they're absolutely happy to take on Zen Esports. Well, we see R8 trying to rotate right across, and thankfully the rest of eArena is occupied, or else those vehicles might actually blow up. Jacob's still trying to see if he could pry open any of all these players, while the rest of Zen Esports at least securing this compound, but now being infiltrated by the rest of Roy Esports.
Roy starting to make their sprinting movements, full send into the compound, and it looks like Zen is just going to get ran over again. not quite as literally as the first time where Lyrics did it to him, but Roy is getting it done with bullets aplenty, and Shuan just lurking on the outside of the door. Thankful that he has a slight bit of a ridge line that keeps him just about out of line of sight of eArena. Trying to wrap his way around the outside. There's no way he can go. Teddy puts a ton of damage into him, but it's Belmoth who gets the kill from far away. Long distance steal with the MK12 for Daytrade.
My. So many of all these teams really want a piece of this kill. Well, of course, this compound definitely is going to be a prime real estate where there's just barely enough cover for the rest of the pack. Good split, though, coming in from the members of eArena initially, but now from across, Daytrade definitely poses a little bit more of a threat. Marcus over onto the corners of the minimap as he's still on the parachute, but realistically, where does he go that he does not get shot? He's just gonna try to book the same compound where eArena is and hope that he could fend off with a 1 versus 2 trade.
Oh, they just put one bullet out just as uh-oh, hey, just so you know, we're in here. Now they're going to try and hunt him down. Jacob doesn't have that Panzerfaust that he was carrying earlier on. That would have paid off for him, no doubt. And he makes the push solo. Tidoy is still lurking around on the outside, so Norins didn't feel quite as confident to sprint his way up the stairs alongside his teammate. Tidoy does lose out as Norins lurks down on the bottom ground, and they're going for a rebreach as well.
Wow, coming in rotted late. 6, 7, 8, 9, hoping to actually catch Norris, but he was quick on that AUG. And here comes the Panther. Marcus picks it up, but we'll see where if he can actually find a good spot to actually blow this one up. But the moment he goes through the windows, he gets spotted out. So unlucky for Tidoy as well as Marcus. As that's going to be Teddy coming from Roy Esports to shut him off completely. And the rest of WG is all cleared out. Maybe the rest of eArena got to thank Roy Esports for that.
I mean, it kind of proves Norin's right not to have completely sent it up the staircase, getting third-partied from all areas of the compound. Roy getting a couple of additional points on the board. That will be massively helpful for them. Their real only good performances have come on Rondo so far. 38 points across the Rondos that we played, and that's 2 Rondos, that's 2 games. But the rest of their maps haven't been quite up to that level. Not even close, realistically, but it's still enough with those points that they've gathered here to keep them in. But the zone says otherwise. We've gone even further to the east, where NKT has got themselves a wide spread in those bunkers just to the south of the lumberyard. And finally, Megvalos catches out the last remaining member of TDT. Confirmed it will be their 3rd Erangel in a row with 0 points on the board.
It's just rough, and there's only one more Wrangle to play. I'm not too sure if they could even get much more out of that as well, but Rest will be happy that at least they get it out of the way and then focus on the rest of the maps. Whereas we're still looking at a very steady pacing played out by FW Esports to make a very late entry towards the northwestern portion of the map, but they're bound to meet up with the rest of the 10 soldiers. So far looking rather good coming in from both TTS as well as FW. TTS, however, definitely have to catch up onto those points though. Have yet to actually find anything at all, where the rest of FW Esports, they've been staying rather silent, and from this standpoint, it really felt like the rest of FW can actually plot something up to try to cut the section where TTS might need to rotate later on.
It's really tough for so many of these teams. A lot of the time when you get hard shifts like this, you'll see teams make rotations, wrap around the edge of zone, but a lot of that is just open ocean. There's not really a chance. And if you do try and make a wrapping rotation, Cerberus is just chilling on the edge of the zone, camping you out. Lucky G taken down. Cerberus should be able to get the revive as well. And X-Men's path into the zone just looks pretty impossible, having to go up the hill, unless potentially Upchen could carve them an opening with some bullets. Savior as well, pushing his way forwards, trying to get an angle onto Imkudi close range. Salolzi doesn't seem to know. He's not turned his attention over to help out his teammate yet, and Imkudi does fall down, so Savior finds a way in for the X-Men.
Yeah, just in the nick of time as well. They've been hanging around the edges of the blue zone, and right now trying to at least move into a safer location as they slowly pick apart members of Cerberus Esports, finding Salolzi, and this circle is just going to pull back into the lumber yards as well as the open territories of Milta. So this is just unsafe for those who are playing over onto that lower ground. Meanwhile, this battle will just continue on. Lambao, he's pretty much all alone now. I'm not too sure whether if he would like to recommit, but Xavage men definitely feeling a lot more confident about taking this battle.
They still do lose the one, but keep 3 alive. They get to push forwards, force Cerberus back, but awaiting on the top of the South Prison Hill, MGG Savior puts some bullets into Ninja 2K, finds out this is a different team, and maybe regrets his decision of pushing this far out alone, knowing that it will be another 4-man that he has to contend with while he waits for the support to come through from the rest of his squad. Lambao is having none of it, though. He's in the car. He's out of there, and Norins is out of this game. Deprot catches him out as he makes a very slow Dacia rotate just past their compounds. Roy is going to pick up that point.
And while the battle continues for X-Men as Ina catches Savior out, like you say, they kind of picked the wrong team overall, as they have tried to at least create a little bit more space up towards that northern section. Once again, back towards Roy Esports. They're trying to defend their compound as they're getting rushed upon by the rest of FW Esports. Blue zone grenades are dropping over onto the top corner, and a lot of all these errors are pretty much zoned out. Roy Esports will have to just vault over onto the windows in order to get out, but they are still holding on. Tonke looking for a breach as he's trying to set it up with a couple of all these flashes. And the rest of FW will eventually get the first catch. Tonke with the first contact, pushing upwards. We're getting a couple more utilities to hold down the line to negate this push coming from FW. But it's just Tonke getting blinded yet again. Great push come from Deprot to find 2 out of FW.
He snuck in out of absolutely nowhere, hopped in and out of the vehicle, caught them off guard, and that's evened up the numbers. It was a big knock from Eddie on the back line at the top of the hill of Buriram. Knocked out Raze with a grenade in hand, flushed himself, forced FW to make the push forwards, and Sixax is not going to get the opportunity to take this heal. Roy Esports down to a 2-man, but 7 points on the board. Another successful hold in the compound they stole away.
Amazing on how they've been able to just hold on to this compound. And early on, we even see them getting a lot of all these third-party action in order to rack up all these points. And the battle continues on. The Tin Soldier is now up upon the rest of Buriram United, and there's just Eddie just putting the damage onto Melody, but not quite enough to knock him down just yet. VRU hoping to choke them out as they're pretty much by the edge of the map. Dynasty with a perfect pot shot will be able to take one down, and Roy continues on the rampage. They're also wanting a piece of TTS.
They got to get all the points they can get. They need to make a move to get into the zone, and the most enticing option is up the hill. Going down just puts you in a field. That's not ideal. So make the most of this opportunity while the fight is going on. See what points you can get. See if you can find a way to clear out both of these teams. But no, Buriram gets the job done with a grenade, and they will deal with TTS. Roy now facing down the barrel of a potential 2 versus 3 if they commit to the northern side of the zone. But I'm not sure that they're going to make that decision, as Buriram still showing their strength, clearing them out even despite the loss of Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie has done so much in this round already. Pick up those 3 points, and now stacking along with the rest of what they've garnered in this round puts them all the way up to perhaps a top 9 spot at this current moment. They still have to face off against X-Men, but X-Men is only down to 1 member moving into this matchup. So now all that ruckus has pretty much ended. We will see teams to try to vie for some spots over onto a rather difficult terrain to work with for our ending of the match. Daytrade, though, they do have the lower grounds to work with just by the edge of the Milton town. Eventually will be accompanied by Megaloss, but I don't think he poses much of a threat right now, as he's still got the rest of Daytrade backing him up from the city.
Kind of hedging their bets, all right, with 3 men over towards the center of the circle in a worryingly grenadable or perhaps mortarable position, but they've kept Megvalos alive with some presence in Milta this long, just in case, so they could try and salvage out some placement points, which they have now made it into. Does mean that Megvalos has a bit of a sketchy rotation to get back to the rest of the squad, or maybe find himself a dip somewhere out there in the field to play behind, but won't be able to provide much more for the rest of the squad. If that is the case, we will get over there safely to regroup. Buriram cleaning out Roy on the northwestern side of the zone. Riz with that AWM has been hitting a couple of shots, seen him with a headshot or 2 in the kill feed. Maybe that's what they need. The firepower for Buriram finally making a reappearance.
Yeah, finally. Better late than never. And I guess they finally realized that they gotta at least reveal some of their cards instead of saving it for the grand finals, or else there's just no grand finals at all. VRU back on track with these 8 pointers and probably more to go if they could just hold on to their area for the moment. But still getting tagged out in the open. Tigger does get the shot over onto Dynasty, from where I really will have to take a look. That's going to be all the way from the southern corner map. 4Tanker now just by the towers, as they're just trying to see if they could keep themselves afloat while all these troubles are headed down to where HAPPIE's currently at. Long K trying to actually clear up the top as the NKT member Khan just finds a small little area to just hold out to. So eventually you expect Long K to go for a push, but there is still the rest of NKT by the hillside trying to keep him pretty much covered up. Your captain will still be in safe hands.
Seems like Khan is a master of this, playing off by himself in sketchy, dangerous terrain with enemies up close and personal, but trusting himself to survive while the rest of the squad hold the line for him. Pretty impossible for 40k to actually push up the staircase to clear him out entirely, and now that he's survived the initial onslaught of utility being tossed towards him, it makes it a little tricky now for 4Tanker. Riz was watching the back line for Buriram, but seems to have missed the timing as Oliver has crept his way forwards. He's got absolutely no heals left, but he does have smoke grenades that buys him a little bit of space and time just to make this push over the top. He does steal away Riz on the far side as Sam Mask is eventually taken down. NKT's peaks up over the high line. Not quite enough to hold 40k back just yet. They need to grab that revive and start thinking about making a move into the zone themselves.
40k had some really great rounds of Wrangle yesterday, and once again, they're slowly making their way into the top 4 once more. But despite all these circumstances, that pressure coming from NKT, they're still staying afloat and now finally getting a knock over onto Pody as well. Perhaps this might just be a good time for them to eventually push onto Can as well, while the rest of the pack are also keeping themselves busy. We're absolutely forgetting about HAPPIE Squad, who's finally making an appearance in this match.
I wouldn't say forgetting, they just haven't really done anything up until now, but they haven't needed to. They did have a big wide split once that zone shifted over to the eastern side of Milta. They took wide area of control. That gave them plenty of options. Inevitably, when the zone started to shift, whichever direction it did, they would have a compound to hold from. They just haven't really been able to see anyone until now. Daytrade starting to make their send across the field, getting picked apart, and Buriram is making their way over too. They've still got Tigger trying to hold down the back line, but there's not much he can do but sit and watch as Buriram get up close and flush his teammates out. He's got a big wide open field to try and cross, but Dynasty getting tagged up heavily by Hatsuat on the back line as he tries to secure the points for Buriram. Up to 11 kills now, so close to the top 8.
Yeah, and there's just so much pressure coming in from the hillside, and the rest of Buriram United could not really withstand much longer, especially with the involvement of NKT. And Oliver definitely did a number on them as well in the midst of that fight. And now the rest of NKT happy to take that space that was being claimed by Buriram United. So a lot of all these areas of play for NKT, they can actually dictate all these other teams that are over onto the far west. Tigger does get a little bit more of that cover coming into the edge of the map. So HAPPIE Squad right now having a very powerful estate to actually work with. We'll have to see, can they actually gatekeep the rest of 40k from moving into the zone?
It's really nice for HAPPIE Squad knowing that their backline is entirely clear. That gives them the freedom to play the rooftops on their houses so they can peek a little bit higher up over this ridge than they otherwise would be able to. It's not ideal to have to play out of those tiny little windows on the northern side of the Monkey compound because they know exactly where you're going to peek from. So having the freedom to get on the roof gives you much more of a possibility of taking these peaks. I'm a little worried for NKT though. Depends on how good their kill feed counting ability has been to whether or not they are aware that Tigger is still alive. If they saw that all of Daytrade did get knocked and got flushed, do they still know that there's a solo lurking behind them? He could be a problem if Sam Mask and Hatsuat try to get active, but now it's 4Tanker who are getting active first, but Long K immediately regrets his decisions. A headshot from the compound, and he goes down alongside HAPPIE.
Oh, that was rough. I mean, there's barely enough cover now. It forces Unit to just formulate a response. He does have a frag grenade. Could he actually toss it perfectly? Perhaps it's just not in the right moment, as he will eventually crumble towards the pressure of R8. Has gotten better areas to work with. And now R8 they're going to be able to dominate the northern territories. But the other worrying portion is that if it does move further down towards the south side for Happy Squad to claim the next zone, then they got a lot of running to do, and I don't think there's a safe way out. And we got to start counting on what kind of utilities these members of RA has got in the bag.
All right. They have always favored a more survival-heavy playstyle rather than going for frags, and their positioning really embodies that. They made the play to get over behind this rock. It was never going to be a place where they could farm kill points from, but making the top 4 is already relative success for them. 4 points secured from that, as well as the kills that they picked up. But getting out from here now is a definite issue. A smoke grenade to try and block the line of sight for Happy Squad, and starting to shape up for a push onto where NKT breached on the rest of Daytrade down below earlier on. Latte's making a push on foot first of all, but Happy Squad are still putting pressure on them at every opportunity. But here's Tigger. NKT don't know that he's still alive behind them. He either plays patient, bides his time, or just takes the free point if Sam Mas goes to shoot.
Just waiting for the right moment. And this might just actually be it, as they are going head-to-head up against the rest of RN. He got all these intel, and this is the time for him to steal away those points. And yes, he does. He has to nail one. Can he also get one up against Latte and Meglos? That's going to be the big question here. And one member still alive for the side of NKT. It's going to be Hatsuwa that does get the shutdown onto Meglos, but he's really wondering who exactly took out one of his teammates.
He knows that he's somewhere out there in the field. We'll have heard the shots. Yeah, there's one rock. That has to be where he is. But now he doesn't even get the chance to focus on towards him, as Happy Squad have activated. They've started to push out. Hatsawat did get the better of his 1 versus 1, but now he is stuck between a car and absolute death, as Happy Squad starting to flex their way out of the compound with 18 grenades in their back pocket. That is one hell of a bombardment for anyone who stands in their way.
Yeah, it's really down to these solos to settle the scores in order to get themselves into the top 2. If they could at least squeeze a couple more placement points. Connexi now having the blue zone up against him. He's only going to go in for the first aid kit. Once he does run out, he's going to be absolutely bombarded, sent his way. But that's just going to be pretty much the blue zone to take the claim. Happy Squad finally extends their wing to slowly close out the match.
They don't really need to take any sort of risky peeks. They can just rain down grenades like it's monsoon season and clear out every part of this ridge. Tigger does go down as he runs out of space to work with. The smoke provides nothing. And the ridge up over the top, Hatsawat tries to put something together, but it's a 1 versus 4. He's never going to win because Happy Squad make their way out of the compound with 18 grenades to play with. 4-man strong. They clean up all of the solos remaining in this zone and take home game 1 of the day.
It's great to see the Filipinos getting themselves their first ever chicken dinner here in the play-in stage, and that's one more added to the books from the region of PMS. The last we saw was back in day 1, where Roy Esports have been able to get a big win inside of Rondo, and this is a much needed result for Happy Squad in order to make the top 8 as well. So we'll definitely look at the points later on, but eArena definitely having a very strong start, but they did not make the cut over on a mid-pack where there's just too many teams swarming up against them.
Not all too much of an issue, though, for eArena. They're already well above the eventual cutoff point that we will no doubt have, particularly with these mid-pack teams, again, still putting performances on the board. Buriram United getting some big frags this game. That's more like what we expected to see from them after their run in the Thailand series. R8 as well, surviving until the late stages of the game, getting some solid points on the board for themselves, and most of all, Happy Squad bringing themselves right back up into it from 11th place. Big number of points that they put on the board. That's going to shoot them so high up the standings, putting pressure on everyone who's around that sort of central area of the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's rather interesting on how they've been able to navigate so safely and only start to appear around that phase 6 onwards in order to get more involvements in all these battles, where other teams were really forced to take up fights, and Buriram United definitely happy to be able to rack up those hefty amount coming in from the northern region of the forest in order to clear it all the way to secure at least close to a top 5. And Daytrade, despite only having 1 member, you saw how much damage Tigger actually did up against NKT as well as the members of RA.
whole lot of damage for sure. Fortanker did their best to try and fight in. It's another top 5 performance for them. They ended off yesterday's matches with a couple of back-to-back 10-point games, and they've really brought their way back up from the depths of like 16th place up into a potential contention range. This game was maybe a little bit short of that 10-point margin that they might need, but it's still, they're getting something on the board, 7 or 8 points. We needed to see it maybe a little bit earlier from them, but they're still looking good when it comes to Erangel, and it's just making that central congested area all that more enticing. But Happy Squad coming out the victors, looking dominant, 7 kills as well as the win at the end when all is said and done. Held onto their compound effectively, and yeah, we didn't talk about them too much in the early phases of the game. They weren't putting too many shots out there because there was no one to shoot at, but in the end, when the targets showed themselves, they cleaned up so effectively.
Yeah, it was just pretty much straightforward. When they do have that God compound over on the south side, it was really tough for any teams to even think of trying to put pressure onto the side of Happy Squad. So they just basically try to find anybody by the edge of the zone to eventually pick off. So that's still an important win for the side of Happy Squad. And to add everything onto the block, Algin Bot so far has been the most effective player from their side in order to score not only huge damage numbers, but of course, this massive 4 kills.
Oh, we've seen huger damage numbers than this, but probably the conversion ratio is definitely up there. 336 damage, 4 kills, holding on to that compound, 4 men strong. Yeah, they were going to be team shooting at players, looking to steal away kill points, but still 38% of his team's points, more than happy to contribute that wherever possible. 17 points for Happy Squad in that game overall is going to do wonders for their positioning in the leaderboard. And again, Buriram, 11 kills. We've wanted to talk up the aggressive, high fragging potential of this roster. We just haven't seen it on display until now. They finally started to show us something. Maybe just give Riz and AWM in a couple more games. Maybe that's just what they needed.
Yeah, I guess that could potentially boost their numbers up for these upcoming rounds. And not only Buriram, you take a look at Roy Esports, 4TK, Xavage, man, those who really need those points. And of course, not forgetting even R8 that did make this top 4 cut. So we will see big updates coming into this leaderboard as currently R8 and Happy Squad have found that spot with 74 points and R8 with 73 respectively.
Big. The goalposts have moved once again. R8's survivability has kept them in play. Roy just slightly outside of the mark right now, but X-Men, TDT, they have slipped even further down the standings. TDT, 0 points in the previous 3 games. They've got to start putting something together because they're slipping a little bit further and further away. 13 points now. It's doable. They can do that in a single game, but they need to actually put it into practice. We can talk about how possible it is, but there's nothing left to do it but to do it.
That's right, and we still have one more map of Erangel to go here in Match T, so I guess at least they're getting themselves pretty much warmed up enough in order to score big in these upcoming rounds. So far, if we look into the total leaderboards, to me, it was just pretty surprising to see how many of all these PVS teams who have been struggling for the past 2 days because they look hella good when they were playing in their own region. I guess it's starting to get to them that, oh, the playstyle that we had to always go big or go home has always been a double-edged sword in that essence. And this time, a team like TDT is just not really getting the results that they needed moving into a classic map like Erangel.
No, it really has been a struggle, but at the very least, we are seeing some of the teams from Vietnam put a little bit of something on the board. Teams had their concerns about Cerberus when Tycon and Himas stepped away, and what are they going to do? Who's going to get the kills? Who's going to be the fraggers? Well, it turns out Imkudi has stepped up massively. He is currently tied as the top fragger in the entire lobby on 24 kills alongside Jacob. But the problem is for the rest of Vietnam that the second highest fragger from their region is Enut from MGG. That is not the name that many people would have expected when you've got names like Van, like John, like Sapao, people with all this experience coming in, and they're just not really able to put the performances down on the table, whether that's a case of just rotations getting caught out in the way that they did this game, or Maybe it's a strategy thing. Not entirely sure for them what is going wrong, but we do need to start seeing more from some of those teams. But for Thailand in general, I mean, like 8 of the top 10 fraggers in the lobby are from Thailand. So they've really come out looking strong. Teddy is up there as well for Roy Esports, but they're just on the cusp of that qualification spot in the top 8. So a little bit more for them, and they should just be right in the proceedings as well.
Yeah, at least they're on the right trajectory on how they've actually been able to get things going here in Daytrade, and perhaps there's just more to go, where you're also looking at certain teams being pretty much choked in under pressure heading into that game 1, and we would still want to see whether if TDT can form an answer onto this current slump that they had. Like you said, since the past couple of games that we saw them from day 2 heading into the first game right now, it's honestly not convincing to us that if this is going to be the form that they're going to be playing for the rest of the day, then sorry to say, they just wouldn't be able to see this final stage. So, of course, I'll cut them some slack as we're going to see another map of Wrangle to play out.
I'm going to give some props as well to Hatsawat, a young player who made an appearance at PGC 2023 with Theerathon 5, and he's such a polite young man as well. I really like him, and he's coming out fragging as well. He's currently 2nd top fragger in the lobby with 23 kills, doing bits for NKT, even when, you know, their day 1 was really good, day 2 not so great, but they managed to at least salvage something in our first match of the day on Erangel, which thankfully didn't go to the military island, but that did nothing to help TDT survive. They've brought in ZYU in place of Sapao for the final day to try and see if changing something up in the roster can get anything going, but so far, not looking quite like it. They've got one more chance on Erangel to put something on the board and make a claim once again for the top 8.
Well, never thought I'll see any team actually put Sapawa on the substitution where, you know, he's always been that key player in almost any roster that he plays at. And right now, I guess they're just really trying to come up with something absolutely different to be displayed. But like you said, there's just no result yet. So perhaps ZYU definitely need some time for adjustments, and this is just going to be the final round of Wrangle for them to prove that they have what it takes to at least get out of that slump. That being said, though, the final battle of Wrangle, I'm hoping to see something pretty spicy in the form of the zones. So far, there's a lot of all these Southern-centric ending. So we'll definitely want to see if there's going to be the biggest challenge of it all for us to close out the playing stage.
Oh, we've seen a few open fields, we've seen a few urban endings, we've seen Military Island. What will Erangel have in store for our final time? We'll find out in just a few seconds.
Coming back into Wrangle once more, and this is just going to be 5 rounds for the teams to prove that they have what it takes to challenge the top dogs who have already made the cut into the stages of the finals. So this time around, we're going to start off in Zaki, and TDT is the first one to hop off the plane path to get themselves that early loot and then look for that long rotation wherever this zone is going to end up. Perhaps that will give them a little form of reprieve to be able to take more time than the rest of the pack to just get themselves ready for whatever is to come.
We'll find out soon what is to come and how all these teams will take their approach to facing off with it. TDT's dropping in Zaki. That is, I don't know, it could work. It could work. We have seen some zones up towards the northern side of North Georgia, Paul. That would be a big boost for them. But if this does go anywhere close to where we saw in the previous game, or worse, towards Nova Repnoya on the eastern side of military base, they better hope they find themselves an E-pickup, because that would be rough for them to get into this zone. But thankfully, there shouldn't be too much of a worry about early game engagements getting chased down by eArena like they did in game number 1. And there it is. TDT has been thrown a lifeline, a life jacket, a little floaty that they can cling onto. It's It's like the door of their Titanic. There's just about space for them to climb on. They've just got to shove everyone else who is Rose in this metaphor out of the way and climb on themselves to keep themselves afloat in the top 8.
Now, things are getting more and more interesting. You're also looking at HAPPIE squad over onto the edge just by the lake of Yasnaya. So they can also get first dips in Severny, but we're already looking at movements coming from Daytrade towards the direction of HAPPIE squad, hoping to perhaps set up a bridge camp already. So it's definitely going to be rough for whoever's not around that area, where, of course, a majority of these teams love to play around that central region. So there's still plenty of time to loot up. And perhaps HAPPIE squad have already spotted some of all these movements, but unwilling to give away their position just yet. Tiger only on the vector, but he's already thinking, okay, I'm going to be out there hunting.
Not sure whether there was a contest for a vehicle going on around that area, that they grabbed whatever they could get and then hightailed it out of that area. Algenbot's still just hitting the deck, waiting for support to come through. Evil Patrick is on the way forward. He's taken a bit of damage, so maybe there were some shots exchanged. Algenbots will now be collected. HAPPIE squad can make their move, head back, loot wherever they see fit. But Daytrade made a very early dive to get positioning in the circle. We saw something similar to that from NKT, with Hatsuat flying forward 2 minutes in with a Panzerfaust in hand to claim a priority position. Daytrade, I mean, they don't need the points. They don't need the priority position. They're already on 108, 3 away from first place in the lobby, well above the cutoff point for the top 8. But this is the best practice they can get, and this is a team that no longer has the safety of being global partner to guarantee their qualification to the global series. So they're taking this as seriously as you would expect. This is the best practice they're going to get for the finals lobby.
Indeed, and overall, Daytrade so far has been at least showing us that they definitely are one of the teams that could potentially even take the title home, so long as they can remain pretty consistent on their run. And the 3 days of play-ins with this form of result is pretty much akin to how they would usually be able to at least secure some of all these great ranks coming to their own respective region as well as international stages. And Slolzy is already creeping into Pachinki all by himself. Now, what is he up to this time?
It's infectious, isn't it? This freaky stuff that Cerberus is doing. It was Salolzy and Imkudi who were the sensible ones, who were not pranking everyone in sight, but Salolzy's got it in his head, and he's got a pretty solid lineup into the back of Norin's head if he hops into that vehicle eventually to try and start making a rotation. Salolzy has no reason to rush. Again, they're in the safety of already qualified for the grand finals placements. He's just trying to punish a team that's dared to make their way above them into first place in this lobby. He's just going to sit here and watch until Norin's falls victim or escapes, or if he's caught by someone else, maybe Jacob. But no, Norin's is going for the vehicle. Ooh. Doesn't get spotted out, or does he? Norin's, oh, I think he saw him. He turned back and ran. He definitely knows something's up. He was about to head into that vehicle. No, he didn't. Is that just some sort of divine intervention? Some little twinge in the back of his mind that said something's not right? Oh, whatever it is, it might have just saved his life.
It could be. I mean, just look at how he just takes a glance and then after that run for a compound. So right now, Cerberus Esports definitely playing mind games with them. I guess this is how you want to hurt a certain teams. Like, okay, are we getting challenged inside of our home city? Do we have to relocate in the final stages? Like, perhaps that could basically affect eArena later on when they do get them their way into the finals. But at least it's not really hurting,
right? Pachinki isn't really eArena's home city in general. Like, they're going here because their normal loot spot is already occupied. They are a very peer team. Norin's, no, he didn't know. Salolzy, he's patient enough. He waits, and Norin's does eventually fall for the trap. Salolzy had to wait a significant period of time, but he will get away with literal murder as the rest of eArena have already started their rotation. Salolzy cackles away to himself evilly as he makes his exfiltration.
I was trying to look at certain maps to identify where exactly is the rest of Cerberus. They're in Rozhok. So he's been extending so far just to play mind games with them. So now that he's got that pick off, I wonder if he will just continue to follow suit to find more and look at the situation up north. It's going to be HAPPIE squad that does manage to gate the rest of NKT Boy, you speak a lot about this fine gentleman. That's what. Unfortunately, he sees the lobby pretty early on.
Just had to do it to him, didn't we? Algen bots on the outside, lining up in a 1 versus 3. Gets some good damage down onto a couple of NKT players. All 3 now tagged down low. But Algen bots the 3 HP ego repeak. This man is feeling it after the chicken dinner in game number 1.
Absolutely. Now he is looking to drop some bombshells over onto Khan as well. He's barely surviving. Patrick's going on the push, and just like that, Happy Squad dominates. No chance whatsoever for NKT to even trade back.
It's not quite a M249 1 versus 4, but it's a massive hold once again from Algen bots, holding the line, waiting for the support to come through, and they do clean up NKT. 86 points will be where they remain after all the Erangles are over and done with. Happy Squad, the team that just wiped them out, is slightly behind them in the standings, but that is a big boost in their chances of overtaking them and getting closer and closer to safety.
There's just something about Happy Squad. I mean, if you look at their track record in majority of all these regular matches, it's been some high average points as compared to the rest of maps that they play out. So that boost of confidence with Chicken Dinner, and now finally showing some of all these early strides in the first phase of the match is something that I didn't really expect coming out of Happy Squad, but it's always great to see now that they're also looking to provide themselves with a little bit more safety net with that added 4 points on the block. Now, classic BRU, they're on the glider, and I believe there's a couple of attacks they sent from the glider towards Ninja 2K. Oh, perhaps that could be Roy Esports as well. He's driving in the middle of a couple of teams right now. There's BRU and also Roy Esports.
Gotta find somewhere to pull up. Buggies, they did get a buff recently, but we're playing on esports servers, so a couple of patches behind, so those buggy tires are still vulnerable. He's managed to find himself a fair enough position, just dodging out and getting splattered by his teammate as well, who pulls up on a bicycle. But they've got a single house to work with. The blue house, which paradoxically are called the yellows, thanks to the fact they were yellow back in like 2017, but we're all boomers here. Maybe they're not though, because they are about 12, some of the players on this team. Just barely old enough to compete at this level, turning 18, maybe 19 in the last sort of 6 months or so. Still being able to put up big performances. MG, a team, again, that surprised a lot of people. They surprised me in the Vietnam series, and they're surprising again here. 75 points in total, showing a little bit of maturity, not getting dragged into any sort of chaotic fights like some of the more actually mature teams have been doing. For example, Sololzi. 2 kills on the board for Cerberus, and eArena down to 2.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I believe that they managed to eventually bust up the glider, and it was running low on gas as well. So Master will just try to descend into a safe spot for the middle Daytrade, taking notice of Buriram United's presence. So now it's going to be Master that will slowly creep around them as well. Just take a look at the shift of the zone, and this time it just goes directly to TDT. If they don't get this game, I don't know what will boost them up from here on.
Yeah, it has to be at minimum a top 3 for TDT, and you would hopefully expect more. They've got the northern side of shooting range uncontested for now. It is a bit tricky to hold on to when teams start to get up on that Severny Ridge line on the western side of the city, where FW is currently starting to make their play. Can be a problem later on into the game if they have to shift that way, but that's a big problem right now for Edvy King. Belmont, that is distance on that grenade. He lined that up perfectly. Straight through the window, Edvy King blown to pieces. Belmoth claims the high ground.
And that's a straight up efficiency coming from Belmoth. Yesterday, we saw that epic ending inside of Miramar where he's just the kings of utils, and once again dropping it like there's a tracker on his grenade. Lucky J does get some couple of attacks over onto Zen Esports. Zen Esports had to make such a long rotation. They were the ones from the island and now finding themselves a sticky situation up against the rest of FW Esports, but they do have the high ground though. We'll see what they could basically pull to try to fend off the rest of these FW Esports members. At this moment, a couple of attacks have landed over onto Zishan. The rest of Zen Esports did not try to respond in kind, as well as they're just getting themselves covered with a couple of smokes. They also do take notice that there are shots coming from the back, so this is a very tough ordeal.
And those teams that came in on emergency parachutes had limited options. There's a whole lot of open area fields, maybe a shack or two. Usually a big giveaway that there's players in the shack is the vehicles parked outside, so eArena had that going for them, but they've both been spotted regardless. R8 have already cleaned out one. They will have seen in the kill feed eArena is weakened, is damaged, and Jacob is on fire and not in a good way. The hip fire does nothing to connect as UNQ cleans up a second for R8, and eArena eliminated early thanks to a little bit of rattery from Sololzi.
Yeah, there's just no points to be gained this time around. Mortars flying out there as Rip does actually get the catch onto Meglos. Oh, FW Esports so far happy to actually hold on to this dip at this moment as they're not being challenged at all. But speaking of which, finally, Zen Esports tries to re-aggress up against the rest of FW Esports. Raze absolutely prepared for this though. Belmov gets another catch. This time not really a grenade. He does have those bullets pointed over onto the side of Zishuan, so there's just gonna be a three-way challenge as well, because even the likes of Cerberus are definitely interested to actually claim a spot right here. So FW Esports, we'll see them pretty much well planted there, and over on the corner map there is also R8 Esports to eventually join alongside.
Big Molotov for Tonke. That could be an absolute barbecue if that connects. Might have just fallen slightly short. Maybe the frag grenade will reach inside of the shack and get Zen cooked. No. A little bit of damage for Tonke, but nothing more. Zen surviving. They're all hunkered down in one little bunker. If that Molotov goes in, that is a 4K waiting to happen, but just a little bit too short. They are dead center of the phase 2 circle. Pretty much guaranteed to be in the phase 3 shift and likely phase 4 as well when we get rid of the water. Hwangef playing a bit of a dangerous game though, as he's looking to flex out onto R8. Now with this zone shift, he might just have to get back to the compound and play for safety, because they are getting absolutely gifted and they cannot afford to throw this one away.
Yeah, TDT will have to pull off an absolute solid defense over onto those compounds that they have. Whereas they will expect a lot of visitors coming right across. Speaking of which, MGG, they're just driving past Teddy, hoping to actually shoot him out there as they will try to seek a little bit more cover through the corners and walls of Cerberus. And MG Gaming, they're just going to take this quick pit stop in order to try to trade back up against all the other teams. And then Clar just fumbled and flipped for Jetson. Poor Tanker got nowhere to stop, and perhaps that flip of a vehicle might just actually help them not to be pretty much bunched up against this trap being set by WDG.
It was a sick flip. And yeah, it does potentially save Giatin's life, but it also means that he wasn't there to maybe get a trade, as Udirt got double headshot out of his vehicle by the old man from Vietnam, as Rip gets a second as well. And Giatin, now that flip does eventually mean he will fall. It's stolen away by Hwangef, who has once again flexed out of the compound. He's got angles on towards this. Longke trying to do what he can, surviving in the shack. It seems as though Fortanker's final run of solid games on Erangel might be coming to an end here. And, I mean, they've really put up a bit of a battle to get themselves back into contention, but this one, they're going to fall short. Longke is trying to at least salvage something out of this situation, secure the flush. He does so, but he can't get another before he's taken down once again by Hwangef.
Just a Hail Mary play to try to at least get something in return. Meanwhile, FW Esports are really popping up right now, while the rest of FW Esports shuts off Zen completely. I believe eventually they managed to get them pretty much bunched up inside of that shack that we last saw, so it wasn't too hard of work for them to do so. Same can be said about Roy Esports this time. Their streak of points have been halted, only matching one this time around, and Buriram tries to create this space, sending Edie, and he lost his tire, looking for that shack, but it's going to be 6 sack that will be traded back by Algin Bots.
He's actually rescued by a combination of Hwangef and Happy Squad, putting DMR shots into the man who was about to stare down Buriram, easily get a double spray as their coupe went completely out of control. They didn't have smokes up. They had a run to get to the shack, but thankfully, long-range DMR taps onto 6 sacks will give them the opportunity to get there. We've seen so many teams lurking in shacks already. Hasn't gone too great for those that we have seen initially, as Zen did get completely wiped out by FW. But Buriram, again, center of the circle for now, and likely to get shifted towards from phase 4, as well as the water to the north of the circle will be eliminated on the next shift in just a few seconds. Maybe they can survive a little longer, get themselves up into maybe a top 5 position, but it's not going to be a big fragging game that Buriram is going to need.
sure enough. And just look at the amount of space that some of these teams have been able to acquire. Happy Squad looking rather good, where they're just going to be holding just by the rim of the circle. But Xavage, man, oh boy. Are they going to be able to get it done up against the rest of Cerberus? Oh, that net does connect towards the side of him, could he? And here comes the spray. He's got that perfect line of sight. Now, the only one to let that in way is going to be Haisaki, and he's not going to be able to get good covers out of this spot. As the rest of Xavage men are hoping to clear them all off. The nade sent right through, and it's all about timing, and Xavage man's got it.
Second time in a row, Xavage men making their way out of the blue zone, wiping out Cerberus Esports. Savior's Jammer Pack let him down a little bit eventually, as he did get a couple of tags and eventually goes down to the blue zone, but still 4 points gained, position secured for X-Men. Cerberus couldn't do anything as they tried to hunker down in the low ground, but just didn't give the cover from his position up the hill above them. Big angle for Dynasty as well, with a double headshot onto the Dragonov. Takes down Raze, but they can't secure the flush. He's got a little plateau. There's no way for them to get out of this shack to get up there, but they're still active, still finding some angles to at least fight back against anyone who's trying to bully them in this shack.
Yeah, so far it's been working pretty all right. Whereas for Happy Squad, they're just zoning off the rest of MGG completely, forcing them to just play by the dips of the open field. So I wonder if they could still cut across. And over on the south side, there's also the Tin Soldiers who will be holding on to that spot on the hill. So realistically, there's just not many good spot for MGG to play out from them now. Slowly but surely, the rest of Happy Squad will nail their members down, and that's already one being taken by the side of Algin bots.
Yeah, East is about to be a bloodbath, as Happy Squad now sharing their hilltop with TTS, but they're getting knocked out from the south side as Daytrade putting shots towards them. Still a little bit of presence in Savoni to worry about as well, and as Neil T tries to commit forward, does get a knock onto Tentrip, but Evil Patrick is holding the backline on the very edge of blue, and Happy Squad now has a chance to push forward, put a little bit of pressure, utility onto Tin Soldier, maybe try and keep Evil Patrick alive if they can, but he's running out of time. His Jammer Pack is fading. He's just got a smoke or two, but there's a big gap before he reaches the next one. He does manage to make the cross successfully, and they're going to exfil out of there. He might just about get caught. No. Makes the run on foot the whole way, as the rest of the squad has already dipped out. They've taken Tentrip with them. They can get the revive. TTS left behind in the blue zone as Evil Patrick pops a heal.
Yeah, I was kind of concerned that they were scrapping with MGG as well as the rest of them for a little far too long, and now they're also losing a little bit more of that early advantage that they've had with the zone as it slowly shifts towards the south side yet again. So just a little bit of traveling to be done by the rest of Happy Squad, but they're still pretty occupied by the Tin Soldiers up top the hill. Melody, I don't think he fancies being here for far too long either, where he's still scavenging for a couple of all these first 8 to try to survive. And here comes some shots of mortar coming in from the side of Megaloss, hoping to connect somewhere, but it does not seem that it lands onto anybody at all. WDG right across them, so rather dangerous for R8 to really look for something in return, but what they're just trying to do is to zone off Tidoi and Co completely.
Yeah, trying to find a way to clear out their backline without exposing themselves too much, because R8 are very widely split, not really in much of a position where they can provide cover for one another, with 2 down at the bottom of the valley. Metal D, though, still lurking out in the blue zone, still healing where he can, get some angles onto Happy Squad. His presence now known. All he can really do is try and take this peak, but it'll be a 1v4. He immediately gets tagged up. There's no way he can heal through this blue zone anymore with no first aid, so Happy Squad just going to make sure they don't give up the kill point. But Tentrip knocked out again. He can't secure the flush in time. Might just be able to turn around, grab a smoke, get the revive as they make their way in towards the top 8. Windy Gaming sending it straight up the hill, past UNQ, who's lurking out behind a tree healing, and they're going up into X-Men.
Yeah, decent attempt on that last stand. It's just unfortunate that he does not have enough health, and that being his last first aid kit, there's just only so much that can be done. UNQ pretty much bought it out, but I guess that it's really down to how much more a med pack does he actually have in the back before 6, 7, 8, 9 actually catches him up. So Double DG putting in some really good work to be able to really squeeze by the edges of the zone and now completely zoning off that member of R8. And like you said, because of the way R8 positions across the map, they really have to give this one member up. And here comes Upchin.
He wants to clear out this little fight in the back line. He knows the team that they got a knock on were backstabbed. He will spot UNQ, just a bullet or two into the blue zone around the side of the tree. Not going to give any cover anymore. 6, 7, 8, 9 will take the opportunity to finish him off as Megvalos clears out his teammate. No flush to come through. A smoke on the side, but grenades flying over already as X-Men look to make sure that their western side will be safe and they can maintain control of the hilltop for now. They have been slipping since day one, since their strong start, and they will not let it slip any longer. 7 kills on the board for them, clearing out what remains of Windy Gaming. They're up to 7 kills. They've got 3 men still alive, high ground to work with. They're looking to dominate.
Same goes to the Daytrade, as they have been able to clear out the entirety of Happie squad as they're just hugging by the corner of the rim. And just like that, Daytrade has created a safe passage through the hillside. I call it hillside. It doesn't seem like it's a big hill anyways. So Daytrade, they're going to be having a lot of great view onto what's really happening on that far western corner map just by being in this territory for the moment. ED, TDT now really has to reposition, and the rest of Daytrade is blocking ED from even doing anything at all. But before even worrying about Daytrade, it's TDT that just flushes them with that Molotov prime right through.
That's all it is. A couple of points, placement points only for Buriram, who weren't able to get anything going for them. Their vehicles were spun out. They had no cover to work with, and a single Molotov from John. Their 5th and 6th kills of the game to bring TDT back into at least getting some points going for them on Erangel after 3 back-to-back goose eggs. 0 points in the previous 3 maps, but now they had an opportunity. The zone was extremely kind to them. They're looking to make it count.
Definitely, and now FW Esports directly in the center. They know that this position will be flocked by multiple teams at the very same time, so they really have to work together in order to get the job done. TDT finally get more activation as they shut down both R8 members as well as FW Esports, and then X-Men came to actually steal a couple points away, also shutting down the rest of R8 Esports. So that's gonna be a 5th place finish for the rest of R8 while the battle all continues. Oliver spots the members of TDT running right in. Hwang currently stuck. That US could still perhaps run, but even so, it's rather dangerous as the rest of X-Men has got them marked.
Yeah, well, Hwang needs to find a way to get over this little dirt road to get into the zone, but he is being watched carefully by Oliver. The pressure that came through onto FW Esports has given Daytrade the opportunity to take what vehicles they could find out in the west shooting range dips and make a move up the hillside themselves. X-Men, who cleared their west, have pushed so far around to the west that they've given up most of the highest ground position. And Daytrade, they've sent Tanadol, they've sent Belmoth. They're going around on a flank to try and clear it out. Lucky J grabs himself a Lynx. That's big, and it's also got the upgrade on the armor. His vest was broken, his helmet was completely gone, and now he's got a Lynx to try and inflict that on some of his enemies.
Oh, well, that comes in the perfect timing as well, where he just will be able to get clearer angles to actually work with. And just like that, the rest of X-Men collapse onto the rest of TDT, taking out Jun in the process. Those supplementary loots coming in will eventually pack a punch up against Van. That's currently going for a push through the smoke, knowing that a few members of the side of X-Men has been lowered. That's only going to be a Lucky J for now. Jun will be recovered while the rest of Daytrade slowly closes the distance as well. So we're going to see a big fight going over on the south side at the very same time.
Takes a risk, does Van, to get up close, play behind the close range smoke, but it prevents a push from coming through from X-Men. Gets a reload off just in time to take down Upchen. Keeps his teammates 3 alive. Zayu has gone down. Hwang finishes the job. Oliver removed. FW Esports taken care of as well as they're Molotoved out of the game by Tanadol as Belmoth and he make their flank work. Now 9 kills on the board for Daytrade, still 4 alive. TDT managed to get their revives. It's 4 versus 4. Daytrade have the zone control with Tigger on the low ground watching out for flanks. But TDT, this is a huge opportunity for them that they so desperately needed, but it's against some very, very stiff opposition.
It definitely is. And that push up the hill was absolutely insane that they managed to actually overwhelm the rest of Xavage Men. Now over on to the lower spawn of the hill. This is definitely going to be a tough uphill challenge for the rest of TDT to do exactly the same of what they've offered towards Xavage Men. Tigger definitely will be the first contact here as Jun is creeping around the edges, spots him out very swiftly. So just with the AKM, he does secure the point, and now it's just going to be a little bit of a deficit for TDT. But whatever extra points that they can make out of Daytrade, they will definitely be happy about this current circumstance.
Such a great read from Big Tig to get down on that low ground, hold out, because he knew that they had to try and flex out, had to look for some angles, and just completely gets the read correct. Nobody went alongside John. No one's there to trade. Tigger gets one for free and falls back, repositions as Flash is driving around in the vehicle, giving some audio cues, maybe just to confuse TDT about where the positions actually are for Daytrade, as Belmoth anchoring all the way on the back line, just looking for any little peeks up over the top, trying to get any information for TDT so he can get information on exactly where their positions are. They have the better of the utility, but it's nothing too outrageous. But TDT with 0 smoke grenades is going to struggle to try and find any ways to isolate engagements, but they desperately need to if they want to try and win this 3 versus 4.
That's right. That's the reason why they actually split pretty far wide out, so that they don't all get bunched up and caught out by the rest of Daytrade. I believe he sees Tandal, but definitely don't want to be overextending at this current moment. And just like that, a couple of flashes is being tossed towards his side, also getting clipped by the blue zone, playing it very riskily, Van. And Flash, I believe he's also on the hunt as well. So all these deflates are starting to be popped by the rest of Daytrade. They're going to fully commit onto this push in order for them to slowly choke out the rest of TDT.
Yeah, Daytrade have always been one of the best in APAC when it comes to controlling their zone. They show why. Their Flash watching the backline catches sight of the flank from Van that's coming through, and Tanadol tossing out a couple of grenades and jump peeks through the window just to keep an eye on it, cutting off yet another avenue of approach for TDT. Tigger is back, playing a different position on the low ground now, using a rock for some cover. TDT just not given any opportunities to find any openings that they just really need if they want to have any chance of making this work. Belmoth has pushed over to support Tigger towards the low ground. TDT is starting to commit a couple of players over in this direction. Some searching grenades unleashed just to see if there's any response that they can hear, but Van holds his nerve for now.
It's Tigger once again, and now he gets another spot onto the target. It's going to be Zayu that was quicker with these tags. And somehow they do see themselves a chance with a 3 versus 2 as they manage to eventually take down Tigger. Belmoth now, he definitely takes notice of Zayu's position, and he is definitely interested towards pushing onto that direction. Tando so far getting majority of the points back for the side of Daytrade, but it's all about getting this chicken dinner at this very moment. TDT, calm and composed, and I'm just really surprised on how they've been able to hold out for so long.
And these 4 points, the additional placement points that they would get for the win, mean next to nothing for Daytrade, but for TDT, it could mark the end of the difference. It could be whether or not they make the finals, could easily be 4 or less points. Maybe getting that one trade onto Tigger earlier on, as Zayu does manage to catch him out, could have been big, but Van getting caught out once again, going for a creep on the opposite side of the zone, just trying to make his way forwards, caught out by Belmoth, and now running out of space, running out of time. Tanadol with a folded shield to provide a little bit of cover for himself. TDT makes some sort of play. It's just going absolutely nowhere.
He's still trying to at least squeeze one more point for the side of TDT. The grenades are popping right through, and he might just actually deny himself outside of the play zone. And there we have it. Another big win for Daytrade as they will move into the finals, joining the rest of the best of APAC.
Well, Daytrade Gaming, they did it twice yesterday. They start off with another big win here, denying TDT some of those points that they are so unbelievably desperate to grab. But Daytrade Gaming, the big bad boys of Thailand, they've been dominant in APAC for so long. And they say, look, we're not going to give anything up easily. Just the fact that they're already in the grand finals does not mean that they're going to allow anyone the opportunity to make it there alongside them. Holding out so effectively in the 4 versus 4, not giving TDT any opportunities to find 1 versus 1s without response. There's nothing that they can do, just having the life choked from them in the phase 9 zone.
That's right, and there is still plenty of all these big victors other than the Daytrade in this matchup. Initially, we saw some of all these activations coming from HAPPIE squad, and then, of course, some really cheeky plays coming from Cerberus Esports inside the Pachinki. But what matters is the ones who are battling to take claims over onto the heel side, whether they're playing around that shooting range area, because there's just barely any good spots for them to actually play off from. But WDG somehow has been able to at least garner plenty of all these important points for themselves to keep themselves afloat here in the play-ins. And then looking at the late game skirmishes, it really felt like it was really tough for BRU to actually get much done, where they were sandwiched in between, where they're hoping to actually get a little bit more from that shack, but they just got spotted very easily so.
It's a lot of teams trying to play the shacks because there was little other option, and eventually all of them do get blown to pieces or barbecued as a Molotov or a grenade finds them. Tua had a Lynx earlier on in the game, but he was caught out on rotation. Has happened to so many teams that were making their way up that eastern side. As soon as HAPPIE squad TTS took their positions on the western Savoni Ridge, there's just not really any avenue to get past that. You can try and maybe go past shooting range, but Daytrade isn't much of a more viable approach either, as they proved later on. Up against HAPPIE squad when they eventually tried to make their move and then took the timing so effectively to wrap up onto the high ground, left vacant by X-Men, cleared out everything that remained on the hilltop. And from then on, TDT's game got much more difficult, fighting an uphill battle against Daytrade Gaming, losing out to one as he tried to find an avenue. Tigger just positioned himself extraordinarily well. And from then on out, it was pretty much impossible for TDT to find a way in.
Yeah, at least for what it's worth, TDT, once they got that benefit of the zone, they know exactly what to do. They held out onto that compound, and I guess the biggest difficulty was the challenge up against Xavage, where they did manage to overcome, and just like that, they secured themselves that second place finish. And from what was the result of this skirmish up against Daytrade, at least they walk away with that 11-pointer. And of course, with Daytrade getting the win, they're also walking away with that 13-point.
It's Belmoth who gets the final kill once again, but Tanadol definitely man of the match this time around. 7 kills, getting a whole lot going for him when they were taking all of those fights on the western side of shooting range. Just under 700 damage as well. He has been putting out the numbers. It's a man that was really anticipated to be one of the best fraggers in Thailand ever since he stepped up to the plate for his pro debut in Theerathon 5, making the move over to Daytrade as well to replace previous IGL of Puchios around EWC time last year. And it's clear to see why this man is so highly rated as one of the best fraggers in Thailand. 41% of his team's points contribution. It's another big game for Daytrade as well. 7 kills on the board for Tanadol. Big stuff.
Yeah, and of course, he also provides those big brain plays for the rest of Daytrade, where we saw heavy utility usage coming in from the side of Daytrade. I mean, you could say, sure, the rest of these PTS squads also were great, but the way that they've been able to just supplement each other, provide cover when they definitely need it, is how Daytrade has been able to secure so many of all these wins here in the play-in stages. So far, looking rather great, as they've been able to not only overtake eArena in the standings as well, perhaps they've even overtaken some of all these guys coming in from Cerberus Esports, now that they've backed a total of 23 points.
Yeah, but a big game for TDT, 17 points on the board. After having 3 games in a row of 0 pointers on Erangel, that is a massive number of points. It's definitely going to boost their standings and their confidence as we head into the next set of wildcard maps yet to come. But it will hurt a little bit, because had they been able to convert, had they won that 4v4, that's 3 additional kill points plus 4 additional placement points for getting the winner chicken dinner. 7 points, if they were able to convert that game in their favor for TDT, would have put them in 6th place. Right now they sit in 10th, just shy of that top 8 cutoff point again, but it's still keeping things unbelievably tight as we're heading into almost the midpoint of our final day of games, where chances are running out now for teams to try and close that distance, close that gap, but it's still a small gap, manageable. 10 points for Buriram United in 12th, behind MGG in 8th. it's still all to play for with 4 games left to go.
Some of these guys must be shivering just by the thought of it, because you take a look at some great performances coming from TDT, Xavage, and yet they're just a few points shy, as MGG, even with a bad game, they're still holding on to that 8th spot, despite MG Gaming actually stagnating for the past 2 games. They're still kind of up there, but it's actually time that they got to realize that these 4 games will either make or break them on how they will perform later on. So these wildcard games definitely could be pretty interesting on how it may dictate the fate of some of these guys.
Yeah, historically speaking, and by historically I mean over the past 2 days, Roy Esports is a team that has had unbelievable success on Rondo and pretty average middle of the pack performances just about everywhere else. 19 points per game on average on the Rondos. They got 23 day 1, 15 on day number 2. They're going to need that again here because they've slipped a little bit down the standings, currently in 11th place in total, just behind TDT, who have just about overtaken them. But if they can get another 19 points on the board, that's going to put them around 89 points. That is so close. Again, our projected cutoff that we estimate based on our halfway point of the tournament in the middle of day 2 will be around 95 to 96 points to get the top 8. But I very much expect there's going to be around 3 or 4 teams within 1 or 2 points of that range, and someone is going to be going home eliminated from this tournament, heartbroken, because if they'd got one more flush, one more placement point, they would be competing for slots at PGS 7 and 8. But someone's going to have to be a loser in this one, and no one wants it to be them. So everyone's got to bring their A game for these final 4.
Yeah, I definitely will be feeling pretty gutted about saying goodbye to some of these guys, because just looking at the quality that we're getting here in APAC, they've been exemplary, but they definitely have to show us a little bit more. And you did mention about Roy Esports, and of course, look at maybe some of all these other PMS teams as well. Now, Happy Squad and finally get themselves some activation. Maybe they're also looking for a similar approach to get maybe a little bit more points so that they can eventually get to that top 8. And also not forgetting Xavage. I think they've definitely had very good rounds as well, moving into either Rondo as well as Tego. So they're definitely looking forward to this upcoming matchup.
Yeah, 10-point game on Rondo on day number 1 for Xavage. So they could definitely do with a repeat performance as well. I don't know how much it really affects things from a player's perspective when we switch up the map order per day, but the fact that some of the teams that were looking really strong on day number 1 have the same order of maps, maybe there's something in that for them mentally that says, okay, Wrangle maybe not so great, but now we can start absolutely dominating, kids, build some momentum on Rondo and ride that out onto Miramar. Who knows? Some teams just have maps that they prefer. Maybe it's to do with drop spots, rotation play style, something like that. But it definitely does seem evident that some of these teams favor some maps. Roy Esports massively favoring Rondo. Xavage have been a little more consistent, less high peaks across all of the maps, but still a little bit more across the board, getting some points there. Teams like Buriram United have been consistently inconsistent. They sometimes some of their maps will be really good. Sometimes on the same map, they'll have really bad performances. This time, you know, they were sat in a shack on Erangel. Wasn't the best of performances. But the game before that, they had some high ground. They had chances to put some kills on the board. They got 11 kills out of that game. Hopefully, they can find something like that as we head into Rondo and start building some more momentum for themselves as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm low-key rooting for them since day 1, where, you know, we've seen what this entire roster is capable of from so many past seasons, and it's just tough that, you know, all the other teams are just seeing massive improvements moving into this particular circuit, where I feel like perhaps they're just sticking too much towards their old mindset that, okay, if we follow checkpoint H, B, C, they should be fine. And it didn't seem like whatever their game plan is that they're pulling up was actually working at all. But at least back in our first game in Wrangle, they are showing us a glimpse of what they could potentially bring to the table as well. So there's still definitely a couple of chances left for the side of Buriram United to be able to make the cut. But that also is if in maybe a game or 2 where majority of all these mid-pack teams actually crash out early, then VRU might actually take that chance.
Yeah, we've seen glimpses of several of the teams, including those out of Thailand, GPT of new and old of Daytrade Gaming, currently holding on to first place after a big win on a wrangle. Right behind them, though, eArena, the fresh GPT to the scene, who maybe had some question marks around them after week number 1, circuit 1 of the Thailand series, ending in 14th place. But since then, their run has been nothing short of a peak performance from the APAC region. Only teams really able to keep up with them and contend has been Daytrade and Cerberus so far. We'll see whether they can continue to convert, because there's more teams waiting for them, and maybe there are teams from the Thailand series who, teams like Daytrade, teams like eArena, would expect themselves to outperform. Sharper Esports, Forest Natural Gaming, and Theerathon 5 outperformed them in the circuit format in terms of points that they gained from the circuits. But in terms of their actual performance, kills, placement points, chicken dinners, maybe Daytrade eArena had a little bit more consistency coming into this. It's just about peaking at the right time. But now they've got the points on the board. They're safe. It's the top 8 that we need to be worried about for the cutoff point. And there are so many teams that are still desperate to try and grab them.
That's right. And I guess like even moving into the final stages, perhaps that's just going to be these big Thailands out there for the rest of Daytrade eArena as well as Cerberus to worry about. But for now, they could just test whatever they could potentially bring in this last 4 games, whereas whoever else tries to join them right now is just going to put on their A game and their game phase, as they're going to be getting a lot of pressure moving into Rondo, where we've seen hot drops, we've seen a couple of all these battle for vehicles, and now we might even get it yet again. So let's dive right into match 3.
Right off the gate, as we head into Rondo, heading from west down to east, Jiao Tin to Jadina. The short haul flight, but it's one that everyone is going to have to make a swift exit from. We've seen a couple of zones that have pranked a couple of teams up towards Ryan and then back down towards Stadium. The first zone went in game number 4 of yesterday's matches. This time around, looking as though maybe a south, maybe an eastern flight path might still be favored by this zone. A couple of fights all the way on the western edge of Rondo as well. Things that we don't always tend to see when we see this map played competitively. But Buriram making an early exit out from the plane, heading to an alternate drop spot. They don't want anything to do with the drop against Windy Gaming that cost them their life on day number 1 in swift fashion. They need to keep themselves alive. They need to keep stacking up the points, and maybe Bailey will be the place where they can start their run to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely safe for them to at least get themselves a couple of all these loots. We're finally getting a little bit more love for the southern portion of the map, with Daytrade and Esports X-Men members to be around that southeastern part map, as well as HAPPIE Squad to be dropping into Jadena City. They'll be accompanied by eArena, so that is going to be a little rather problematic for a team that has already gotten themselves that chicken dinner back in Wrangle. So this time around, we're going to be seeing a little bit more focus towards Zen Esports. Where can they hold that center of the zone up against Daytrade and eArena? Now we're getting a little bit of a recollection of what really went on yesterday. It was a stadium finish. This is where Roy Esports will actually start things off.
All right, should we enter delusional mode?
Okay,
it might be time, because Zen Esports down towards the just above Tin Long Gardens. They've got themselves a kind of junkyard area. They are dead center of the phase number 1 circle. There's a river to their east and a couple of unplayable mountains on their west and south. Very high possibility that they get 9-zoned this game and just get a free win. If they do, they are currently 50 points away from the top 8 cutoff point. You know, we've got 4 games left. We're talking about 15 to 18 points per game. Mathematically, it's possible, but if they can pick up a big win here, maybe like a 15, 16 kill win, that puts them right back on par with where TTS is, and their run looks much nicer to try and get back into the top 8. Could it be possible? It would have to start. If they don't get a huge win on this game, it might just be time to say goodbye to Zen. They put up as much of an opportunity to battle as they can, but simply fallen short up until this point, but this could just be the start of the most miraculous comeback we've seen in APAC for a long time.
I just put it as a big baby, you know, like that requires like what? All the other guys coming from the top 5 all the way down to top 10 to be fallen underneath their hands for them to be able to pick up all those big points. Maybe if we were talking about 3 back-to-back chicken dinners and with each result to come with, I don't know, 10 eliminations each, 15 eliminations each, then perhaps that's possible. Other than that, it's just rough for Zen Esports, where they did try to play aggressively back in day 1, and the rest of these couple of instances, they were just maybe a little more passive compared to the rest of the block, and that has been to their own doing, where they haven't been all too proactive into stacking those points.
Yeah, 3 chicken dinners might be a little too far into delusional, but they might have convinced me to step back from that one. I don't know. We've seen FW get 2 chicken dinners. That secured them their spot. They're now at the cutoff point with 4 games left, including this one. So they're pretty safe. 2 chicken dinners could be enough. 3 would be enough for Zen, but oh man, that is a tough call, considering, again, they've already played 6 games today in an OCE series, but they're going to have to start off by defending this compound as Lyrics is lurking nearby. Happy Squad heading over a bridge from Judina City. They might be taking an early fight on 2 fronts, and they can't afford to lose anyone if they want to have that big game that we're sort of, I don't know, suggesting that it might be enough to give them something to cling on to keep their hopes alive. They can't be losing players if they're going to make that a reality.
Yeah, Happy Squad's also looking for a big game as well, and they're just rocking up the hillside where Zen Esports is pretty close. Just further to the north, that's where they will lock corners, but for now, Happy Squad is just happy enough to just hold on to the corners of the bridge. It's trying to spot out and if anyone bypasses the riverside, or if they're going to be peeking further down, they might even get a little glimpse of Xavage men. We haven't actually seen many of all these players moving into ladders just yet. I guess we'll just wait for Master of BRU to do that later on, while we're already getting ourselves a little bit of chase coming in from FW Esports, marking onto the guys of TDT.
Again, TDT, another team that can't afford to be losing players like they did in game number 1 of the final day of games. They kept 4 alive the best they could right up until the end, and it was a 4v4 against Daytrade when their first player died at the very end of map 2, getting themselves that 2nd place. That was much needed. It puts them just 2 points shy of the top 8 spots, where MG Gaming is now the team who has the pressure on them, the sweat on their brow. They're only a couple of points away from having a bit of a safety buffer, though, as R8 and Happy Squad 1 point ahead of one another and MG respectively. It's so ridiculously close. 81 points is Happy Squad in 6th. 77 is TDT in 10th. I would not want to be in their shoes right now. I'd feel much happier. Even if you were like NKT on 86, you have a little bit more of a safety buffer, but FW on 95's got to be feeling confident as they make their way into the final half of day number 1. But this can't be happening, Nicel. You can't be getting knocked to Jacob. We need all 4 of you alive if this is ever going to have a chance of happening.
Yeah, and now with Happy Squad also third-partying in this current compound, this is not looking all too good. He already spots these 2 members of Zen Esports, so he's definitely looking for that opportunity to take the hit off of Zixuan. Unfortunately, misses the mark on the Mark 12, but perhaps it'll just relay that information for the rest of the members of Happy Squad to come in with a full collateral moving into the compounds. So for now, it's just a little bit of that standstill. And back at it again, I definitely will be super concerned about MG Gaming. They're starting off inside of Jality. That's pretty far away from where they need to be, and they're just making very slow measures. As much as this team loves to sweep by the edges, I feel like it's a really big risk to take at this current point in time where they're needing points. Last game, they got zoned out by some of these teams like Happy Squad.
They did, and it was by a team that was lurking up on the hilltop, and there's a million hills on Rondo where teams will always be lurking just ahead of MG. You have R8, you have Cerberus, sort of threatening to get into a battle with one another as Windy Gaming do just that with a knock onto HAPPIE, but Yuda is holding a backline angle that Rip is just not aware of, hops out of the vehicle right in front of his window, and immediately will be taken down for his transgressions, but Tidoi makes it into the compound. He can take this fight against Jiatin. Grenade isn't going to make it through both windows, and 6789 gets another knock onto Long K as well. 4 tankers hold, looking in shambles right now.
Oh, that's some huge catches coming right through, and now with a little bit more of the response coming over you there, they did manage to actually get a knock with the help of Jiatin, as Windy Gaming will also start worrying about some of their teammates at this moment. 2 members left while they're trying to get the revives off. Still trying to fend them off as Uter's already going on a push to get her alongside Jiatin, and there's just barely any form of space for them to work with. Not enough time, but with that Molotov, that's where he buys a couple more seconds.
Got a couple of grenades that he could toss up into some of those windows, but Windy Gaming losing a player, having one revive to attempt to come through, but Jiatin has found his way up the stairs, around the side onto the balcony, catches an angle onto Marcus, sprints around the side, the shotgun comes in for the trade as Tidoi takes him out, but 6789 picks up the pieces, keeps Windy Gaming in it. Nobody is here to third party onto this. Jacob is starting to drive over in this direction to see if he can catch anyone before the revives can come through, but Windy should get these revives, and they desperately need to keep all 3 players alive as much as they possibly can. 56 points now for them, and 4 tanker removed from what could have been a nice playable position for them.
Yeah, a rather successful push despite they lose out Omen Rip so far. It's 4 points added to the tally that they definitely has been desperate to actually gain. Meanwhile, NKT is cutting across and they're just crashing right through. Wait for Happy as they are driving past with the bus, and it seems like he will just swerve up against the rest of these team and will just cut some losses there as that mask does get the member of Happie's spot. While there's even more gliders flying towards this direction, what on earth is going on against NKT?
It's always can. It's always can. Just shenanigans with gliders constantly. Everywhere he gets into a glider, something's going to be happening. Now, Zen do get the shift that they were hoping for. They haven't gone for the Happy Squad style of zone control where they take a wider split and hedge their bets, take the chance to regroup. Maybe that's just a confidence difference, but Zen have managed to keep themselves their position, avoid any of the pressure that came through when they were at the conceding end of a knock from Jacob on the hill. No breach came through. They hold on to their spot for now. They hold on to their hopes. Can holds on to his glider, even though it's borderline exploded. Like barely a hit point left on that thing. And he's just going to keep using it to scout forwards for now. Maybe find another team to just dive on towards. He hops out of the back seat, takes a headshot as well. They really could do with getting this kill point.
Wow, great tracking cover from Isol, and it's going to be Zishan that does actually find the dome of Havel. Patrick, more worries lie ahead for the side of Happy Squad. They were hoping to actually breach some of all these areas of play, but now Zen Esports get to stay afloat, which we did call out that they will have a very strong position. So all is still intact. The rest of these squads like eArena as well as Happy Squad did not manage to breach their location now. Couple of attacks over to MGG as they finally made their way into the zone. But where else would they be able to call a safe space to hide for the moment, as they're pretty much far up the north. And with that, eventually they will somehow bound to still meet up with the rest of Cerberus Esports or even the likes of RA.
Alright, who did lose Meg Veloz earlier on. Cerberus, and they were posturing against one another on the hillside for a while. They're going to continue to move on, find themselves a position to survive. It's been working out for them so far today. The more passive playstyle, not getting too aggressive, just find a place where they can sit and survive, wait out the zones until the later stages of the game. But Belmoth is going to try and prevent them from doing so. One knock, another headshot onto UNQ as he looks to regroup with Latte and Kanaxi in the one little bit of compound that they've been able to find. But his car's going so slow after that slight ridge. The QBU does land a shot. It's a mini from Flash that will take him out, and he's not in a safe position. No smokes, no revive. UNQ eliminated, down for the count, and they're under pressure from the north as well as Norins has an angle through the doorway.
Oh, that was just great tracking coming in. The member of Daytrade. The rest of eArena now closes in up against a weakened side of RD Esports as they slowly burn them down to the ground. It's easy. makes quick work out of that, and they just don't want to overcommit as there's still some stray shots being sent coming in from the side of Daytrade, I believe. Meanwhile, they do have a couple of cover that they could actually work with pretty much a B-line setup coming in from the rest of eArena to still cover some ground. Canaxi, the only one left for the side of R8. Oh, it's been a very painful run for R8, and they're not safe either with those 80 points, and have gotten nothing in return throughout this run in Rondo.
The bus is blocking his way to get back into the safety of the building, although safety might not be the best word, looking at the fact that his teammate is dead inside of it. But it was enough to keep him out of the line of sight of those Molotovs for the time being. Zen continues their hard feed that might just keep them alive, give them a chance, as down south, the EMP zone has made it very difficult, very annoying for Buriram to start making a move, as Master is patiently waiting to get back in the air. He's like on the runway, waiting for takeoff. Typical of any airline, as Six Sacks receives a quick bop to the dome from Tonke, probably just to pick him up and move him into a slightly safer position. Cerberus now making a move under duress from eArena. Norin's using that high ground to put some bullets out towards them, and they're going face first towards the remaining members of Windy Gaming coming in from the north. They're about to find themselves in the center of a Cerberus convoy.
Oh boy, it's just like that. They're just receiving a couple more tags, and keep in mind that this shiftless zone still covers a lot of water coming in from the Janina River. So a lot of all these teams are being forced to bunch up by the edge of these maps, just like what Cerberus Esports is currently doing. Over on the southern end is going to be NKT that holds down the line, so Roy Esports might actually see a little bit of trouble. But for now, Cerberus, they're going to be able to keep themselves safe for a very, very long time, unless if there's any form of pressure coming in from some members of WGG and perhaps even eArena. But I believe eArena is pretty occupied from what it seemed to be a little bit pressure coming from Canaxi, and so that's it. I'm thinking about BRU. What are they going to do? Last I checked, they were pretty far off. They were just fighting the blue zone, but they're not even spotting out any players just yet. So they have zero intel in this matchup.
Well, they do still have Master in the glider up above, so he can provide some intel, but he does get tagged down from Norin, so needs to be a little bit more cautious about what he's peeking on the way forwards. As he's flying over the top of MG Gaming, might be able to spot one or two out, give the information at least on the vehicles, as Dynasty tries to reroute using that information, but goes straight into the waiting arms of 5657. He's taken out by a man lurking in the blue zone, as Master's trying to put some shots into those of MG Gaming, who are a little further forwards, but he's under pressure again from Cerberus. His glider is going to be popping, going down very, very soon, and the zone will be shifting over to the western side of the river once again. If he goes down on the eastern side all by himself, there's no roads for him to find a vehicle. It's going to be really tough for him to get any chance of regrouping. He's probably just going to be out there by himself for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty awkward for Masters, but it's to his own doing as well. Always on that glider, and now that it's pretty much burned out, so he's being forced to play all solo. Oh. While Oliver drives true, almost ramming down the side of Edie's vehicle, but at least coast is clear. They managed to go to their own passages, but the rest of Savage Men are rocking up the hillside to eventually meet up with the rest of eArena. So hopefully they're prepared enough to commit to yet another fight, while the circle slowly pulls towards the side of Yuling. Tooling.
A Happy squad do manage to get that zone for themselves, as they're on the northern side of that scrapyard region, with FW just behind them over on the west side. Again, TDT shaping up to take another fight against Daytrade, who are in a 2-2 split, so this might be a good opportunity to try and wipe them out. But still, up north, MG Gaming, they took one or two down from Buriram as they made their rotation. That gave Cerberus the knowledge that there's a team lurking on their northern side, but MQD doesn't have the cover from all of the angles that MG Gaming is putting down on the board. They're looking to try and encroach, take out Cerberus, take their spot towards the zone, and maybe even catch up to them in the standings as well.
Yeah, that's the opening that they're looking for. Zitwa just taking down Hisaki. Now they only have to worry about 3 more members inside of Cerberus Esports. Drawing to it close, Imkudi tries to fall back as Zitwa is going on a push. He does have a couple of flashes to throw towards his direction. Then seems like Imkudi's also getting a little bit more of the angles coming in from the side of Ninja 2K as they're slowly withering him down. And oh boy, the rest of Cerberus Esports, they only got a little cover left, while the rest of MGG, they're looking to push right through.
It has been nice for a lot of these teams to not have to worry about that east, but now Master has gone down. Mayday on the eastern side of the river. He's putting third-party in shots. He stole away Imkudi. Now he's evening up the score, putting damage into the back of MGG as they look to make this push towards Cerberus. Molotov burning them down, though. Lambao still holding the angle. Sololzi just barely survives long enough to see Lambao get yet another knock. He does get a heal off. Lambao needs to go down and grab a heal now as Ninja tries to commit to this push, but Enot can't commit over while Master is just peppering them from the side, and Dalziel as well from TTS. Ninja has to come up over this ridge, find a 1 versus 2, but he gets a huge tag from the back line. Master and Dalziel at the same time take half of his health bar, and Cerberus thank them for it, and Enot can't quite get the spray, but Master gets him again.
Down to 1 versus 1. This is absolutely ridiculous. Ina needs to heal off in time. I believe he can manage to do so. Now it's between him as well as Lambao. And that was a forced push that we see coming from Ninja 2K that provided him just about enough opening to go in for that trade. And right now, 40 HP left for the side of Lambao. It's all about who gets the heal off and who actually gets to advance from this sticky situation where nobody gets to actually move all about. But Ina, he's already pushing out 7 HP, and he will bleed out. So this is won by Cerberus Esports.
A smart little reposition, but Lambao caught a glimpse of it, knew where to go for the adjustment on the pre-aim, and they have cleaned up MGG. It's been costly again, but Cerberus is happy to pay the price because their safety in the standings gives them a lot more reason to take a fight like that. Buriram United, they had Master still out there dying on the east side of the river. He's got 5 points on the board for them, and that's really all they've been able to do for the rest of the game. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise that his glider went down on the opposite side of the river so we could third-party all of these fights. The rest of the team just had nothing going. Couldn't get past eArena on the high ground as the zone continues its way to the south. Master eventually goes down to the blue zone, but he does mean that Buriram will not be leaving this game empty-handed. They've got something out of it. It's that salvage point once again that could make all the difference.
That's true. BRU with that final point gained by the side of Master, they managed to overtake TDT by finishing with that 5-pointer game. Now, 10 Soldiers over on to the North Point. None of these teams, MKT nor even TTS, has got the zone just yet. So perhaps they're just looking for some small little trades, and then that's where the rest of them will be able to create that space. Meanwhile, speaking of getting into spaces, though, it's going to be WDG that has weakened the targets of eArena and are looking for this push. Saber's kind of in between the other members of TTS as they opt to rotate towards the north side. So it's going to be a big fatal 4-way that they're going to be seeing over on the north side as Savage Man brings a couple members down out of WDG as well as TTS at the very same time.
Scrapping to the best of their ability, but Savior is not going to be able to find one. Metal D around the side of the smoke. He's actually going for a long-range red dot spray, and he's probably going to regret that. He just gets DMR'd to the dome 2 times. Turns out he doesn't have a metal dome. Savior will happily claim that kill point, just pops out of the smoke, clears away the flush from the player that went down next to him. Doesn't have a vehicle, so he won't be able to regroup up with the rest of the team, but he can do the damage out here. Another good grenade, and around the side, tries to catch out the timing on Dalziel. Doesn't get it, but into the smoke with another first aid, and TTS, he just pops out, finds the head, and Dalziel will be going down to the blue zone. The Tin Soldier is just going to make sure he secures his kill point, but actually he doesn't get the bullets around the corner. Just puts them into the bottom side of... what even is that? Like a container, a crate? It's enough of a hardcover to keep Savior alive long enough for Nicel to steal the point. 3 on the board for Zen. They're still in the zone. They've got 3 points. They've got 4 alive. Could it be happening?
Potentially so. This might just be the start of something great for the side of Zen Esports. So we'll definitely have to see. While all these big teams that needs those points are slowly crashing out of this gate already, especially with those scrappy fights that was happening over North Point. X-Men at least keeps themselves alive and have gained 3 points out of all their heroics that they had over on the north side. Now it's going to be another shift that will come by, and Happy Squad still maintain their composure as they hold around the center, and they definitely will be the ones that does gain the upper hand up against the rest of the squads. NKT will have the other 2 split members to regroup over onto the Far East. So no problem whatsoever for NKT to still extend their top 5 run.
How on earth did Canaxi get out of that shack to get here?
Right.
He seems to have grabbed the coupe that UNQ went down out of because the Pico bus was not getting him anywhere. But the fact that he even managed to get out up to that place and make it to some sort of position before Tanadol just bombards him back to lobby, just outside of placement points as well. So it's a 0-point game for R8 on 80 points. It was a 0-point game as well for TDT, who for the second time in about 30 minutes lost a 4v4 against Daytrade Gaming. This time they didn't even convert a single kill out of it either. So back to 0 pointers for TDT. Those teams that are the closest to that top 8 qualification cutoff point, just 4 points behind, still going to be keeping the gap close. Roy has a chance once again to do things on Rondo that no one else has been able to show so far. They're just lurking on the southeastern side of the zone, allowing Daytrade the space and time to just go and bombard X-Men out of the zone as well, getting it done with the grenades, and now Norin's caught out in the open.
Yeah, great catch out there for Daytrade as they look for kill number 8, the highest right now in this current lobby. And I guess for the side of R8, they're lucky enough that in this round itself, there's just no overtakes whatsoever coming from the side of TDT or even Buriram United. But Roy potentially could still gain a bunch, like you said, playing over on the south side, having so much room for them to eventually traverse around. But Banana One grouping up to Algin Boss. I don't think they have a clue just yet, but they definitely want to check every single nuke and cranny. Now he actually gets to spot him, but he had that saw off in hand, and it doesn't seem like he needs that. We'll definitely bring in the AUG to secure the deal. So just like that, Happy Squad, they bow out, but Happy Squad did manage to achieve a top 6 finish.
They got something. They got 0 kills, but a couple of points out of it. It's enough to keep them just ahead of MGG so far in the standings, but again, it's not a comfortable margin by any stretch of the imagination. NKT and FW, again, 2 more of the teams from Thailand that have really come to play, still making their way into the top 5 of this zone and in the standings as well with 4 players alive. Belmoth was holding a bit of an off angle for Daytrade up towards the north. He's come back, regrouped with the rest of the squad, got caught out by Zenith with some DMR shots from range, but he's revivable. And they have Tanadol overwatching because Zen will eventually be forced to make a move out of their compound. They made it all the way to phase 7, not really under any real pressure, apart from in the early phases of the game, and 3 kills on the board, 4 alive. They've made it to top 5, but now they actually have to start playing the video game. Let's see if they've got what it takes.
Yeah, in the top 5, we're only looking at teams coming in from the PTS and PMS region right now to play it off for that chicken dinner. We've seen successes coming from Roy Esports, but they might actually find themselves to be overwhelmed, but at least that space over the south provides themselves with just about enough cover. I can't really say the same about NKT at this moment, as they're hoping to finally challenge the rest of Zen Esports, who's been around those areas for the longest of time, since the beginning of this match almost. It's going to be a push out coming in from the side of Zen Esports, hoping to make a safe run towards the zone. There's still 2 members over onto the north coming from Daytrade that will be a little bit of a nuisance for the rest of Zen members to deal with, as they're now sending E2D out to find that space, and they did manage to arrive safely, so can't say the same about Zishando the moment that he gets out of the doors.
To get the smokes up, cut off the angles for Daytrade, but now they need to be worried about NKT on the eastern side of zone as well. They've still got 2 yet to start making their rotation over from the opposite side of the road, as Nicel and Kens took big chunks of damage before they hopped in their own vehicle and started to make the move. They need a little bit of covering fire from 2D. It's a bike. They could easily be sprayed off this. There's 3 teams waiting to do so. They both go down. 2D's gone as well. Kens continues to making his move, but he goes straight into the waiting line of sight of Teddy. And Zen Esports, they had a chance, they had hopes, they had dreams, but they've gone crashing out in 5th place. That's going to be the end of their run for PAQ. This was the chance they needed. They were just unable to take hold of it with both hands.
Yeah. Of course, we're thankful that they were actually trying their hardest right now, at least securing themselves a top 5, but still not enough to make the cut for that top 8. Rest of Team NKT are looking for this battle. And Sam Mass just walked right directly onto that grenade. And Hatzawa tries to at least pull something up against King, but that's not going to be enough. The rest of Roy sending destruction towards the rest of these NKT members, holding them down. While they're also being occupied by some of the members coming in for a push. They're going for an exchange, and it's going to be NKT that took the short end of the stick.
And now FW could come lurking up over the high ground from the south and be the team that denies Daytrade their back-to-back. They could deny Roy Esports their peak performance on Rondo. It's been their best map by far. They're proving it once again. Another 10-point performance for them as they make it into the top 3 with 5 kills on the board. QiWA has been flushed out, but they should be able to grab all the rest of the revives. Teddy, if he can land that blue zone grenade, they're bouncy, they're awkward, but it could get a re-knock on towards Belmoth and make Daytrade's hold a little bit worse. But what's happened there? Banana One, he dropped his grenade behind him, and Sixax gets taken down. Roy get gifted a free little bit of pressure taken away from them, but the zone has just full shifted, and it's Daytrade through and through once again. FW forced to take the fight to their east, where Roy is waiting to receive them.
That absolutely disrupted their tempo of push, and right now, despite having those members, the rest of Roy ready to take them on, gets the knock, but FW Esports having Sixax and Banana One once again holding it down, and Tanado's also chiming in, taking out Dipro. So they are working in tandem to just send Roy Esports out of this matchup. There's still one member left though, but the rest of Daytrade, they've already heard all that commotion and now tries to trade back 10 outside of zone on that last stand. Only good for that top 3 finish.
That is way too close together for the amount of grenades that Daytrade have. Tanadol tries to underhand one, but he gets caught over the top as Raze pushes forward a quick spray with the FAMAS, and Daytrade not able to find the angles to cover for him, but those grenades flying through. Everyone is so damaged. Banana One goes down to the zone. Raze almost follows suit. They don't have a chance to heal, but they can push out. They can get the headshots. It's turned around so quickly. It's a 2 versus 1. Flash, the last man standing for Daytrade. He gets down one flush. Make sure that they can't get it back to a 1 versus 4, but the res onto Banana One could still happen.
It's just ridiculous on how FW Esports survived all that bombardment and now brings down Daytrade to only Flash remaining. Now they do get themselves a little bit of that space. There are still some isolated members, and this one tap is all it takes from Flash with that F4 in hand and still going for Raze at the very same time. Bring him down to 8 HP, and perhaps Daytrade are still hungry for more chicken dinners to go. This could be their 4th chicken dinner, or it could be the turn for FW Esports.
FW was the only team who kept up with Daytrade when they picked up 2 chicken dinners on yesterday's matches. FW matched them as well, and now taking out 3 of the members of Daytrade have been able to pick up some utility of their own. Daytrade had 15 frag grenades, 2 of them now on the hands of FW Esports, and they can look to force a Flash out from the cover that he's using, and they're flashing their way forwards. He's still trying to get whatever he can with smokes for some coverage, but Banana One still pushing.
He eventually will find the angles. There's barely any more space to go, and this will be FW Esports taking a massive victory up against their brothers from Thailand in order to land another claim on the dinner.
Oh man, it's like watching a Tottenham game. Dr. Daytrade will see you now. They had all of the control, they had all the frags, they had all the tools, but FW hit them on the counter attack. A swift move, landing headshot after headshot, backs to the blue zone, hit point bars down in the minimum, but they still managed to fight their way out from Tuyin and fight their way through the hold of Daytrade. Tanadol got a little bit too close, got peeked up over the top. There was not quite the same level of zone control, the same level of crossfire that they had in the previous game, and it falls apart for Daytrade, and FW pounce like the lions that they are.
It's just super impressive that they managed to not only survive the onslaught up against Roy Esports, where we saw even the team bombardment coming in that disrupted their tempo, but they were unfazed at all. They still managed to eventually find whatever nuke and granny to hide out from all these nades trolling from inside the Daytrade, and just keeping themselves alive for that long, and eventually look for that counter trade. Eventually, they just slowly crumbled the rest of Daytrade, who was a little overzealous on that push, I would say. And I guess that definitely was a little bit more costly for the rest of Daytrade. But in the midst of the fights, we saw a little bit of a ruckus over on the north side where eventually landed into a 1v1 fight. Xavage Man was involved with Tin Soldiers battling it all out. And not forgetting BRU's Master ending up on the opposite side of the field to still at least claim that 5th corner for BRU.
Not much of an opportunity for him to get involved in the rest of the fights, but it worked out well for Buriram, getting 5 additional points as he goes down on the opposite side of the river. Third-party opportunities, and it keeps things still unbelievably tight for those top 8 positions. There's literally 0 points in it now. Every single game comes to an end, and we say there's 1 or 2 points between the team in 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. It's so tight. It's stayed that way. It's maybe been the only consistent thing that we've had, other than the fact that Daytrade have been looking so dominant right up until they didn't at this one. Huge, massive performance from FW to be able to fight back, taking the fight onto Roy as well. It looked like Daytrade did everything right. They pushed them, funneled both of the other teams together, forced them to fight one another, but just not landing the grenades where they needed to, getting double peaked when they couldn't afford to do so, and Flash just not quite able to get it done in the end, despite that horrible little one-tap onto Tonke over the top of the folded shield. Eventually, the Blue Zone will claim the victory for FW Esports.
Despite this being a very top-heavy finish to actually end up with these top dogs getting the chicken dinner, well, FW Esports definitely have shown us one incredible play that they've pulled out in order to really outlast their opponents. And as much as it wasn't very flashy coming out of FW Esports, they did actually take a very long rotation to get towards the south side where they overwhelmed the rest of HAPPIE's squad and then deal with whatever is right in front of them. So far, it's just 2 pickoffs coming from Raze as well as Banana One that does give them pretty much just about sufficient points for them to still stay up in the top 5. But the main player of that round definitely has got to be Raze with the amount of damage that he's done.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the most high caliber kill performance, but FW was lurking on the low ground for a while and never really had a chance to take control, to dominate the space that they had available to them in the zone, like certain other Thai teams with a red logo. They had so much zone control, but in the end, when it was all said and done, this is a shooter game. Like, if you can have all the zone control, you can have all the utility that you want, but if your opponents click your head better than you click theirs, you're not going to be winning the game. They do still come out in top on terms of the points that they gained, because 15 kills. Yeah, Daytrade knows this is a shooter game. They shoot pretty good, but FW got the shots when it mattered. They convert those additional points that TDT would have loved to have been able to do in the game before this one, and get themselves up to 16 for this match.
Yeah, no points whatsoever for RATTS as well as TDT, and that hurts a whole lot. That also means that some of these teams remain stagnant over onto the midfield as we now take a closer look at some ties going on with Roy as well as X-Men, who did manage to breach back into the top 8, but quickly, we're also looking at over on the second half where MGG, 81 points, 80 points for R8. So at any given moment, we're still going to see changes moving into our final 3 matches.
Well, that previous game, it looked impossible for FW. It looked unlosable for Daytrade. It looked inevitable, but they found a way to mess it up and lose on a Rondo somehow. I don't know how they did it, but they did. But still, 97 kill points. They're way ahead at the top of the standings. 3 Thai teams in first, second, and third now, looking extremely dominant through the play-ins. Big implications for when it comes to the finals, but it is, once again, that mid-pack that we're keeping our eyes on, and it's going to be so unbelievably tight for the second half of the day.
That's right, and I guess these guys are just trying to fight for another partnership title yet again. So they just gotta keep that golden C word hitting into the finals, and who knows if they do get themselves some really great run when they do actually get some fresh air in the international stages, then maybe that could potentially happen. But we're definitely getting some really good games so far for our first 3, but there's still 3 more rounds to conclude this play-in. So, Saga, I don't know. I don't want to do predictions because at this point in time, it could be anyone's game to take.
It really could, but we'll find out who will be taking those games after a quick break when we come back for our final 3 games of the day.
Eight years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
one! Shuts down the Sonic Stream just like that. One quick swoop, he gets all four of them! Absolutely crazy moment.
Eight years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, the Kendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here, so put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心識，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我等你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，咁知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，到你就 chicken 啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包到埋口，跳到兩口，單單就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓對手，就份復習，個身份住好過要出咗你對不對你輸，人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，到你就 chicken 啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟，惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心識，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我等你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，咁知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。
Well, apologies for that. And of course, welcome back from the dinner break. That was just about 15 minutes or so. And now it's going to be our final 3 games for the players to see who makes the top 8 to join the rest of the finest APAC teams in the final. So, Saga, I think we were here just chatting about on who actually would make the cut and the points. They're just drawing so closely, but I'm pretty sure we have our own favorites, but we might even need to say goodbye to some of them.
Yeah, I mean, of the teams right now that are what we would probably call on the cusp, NKT's probably safe with 93. They've just got to get a couple more points in these final 3 games. But HAPPIE squad on 83 points. Roy Esports and Xavage men both 1 point behind. That's currently the teams that are making the finals. Just behind them, MG Gaming on 81, R8 on 80, TDT 77, Buriram on 74. So there's 4 teams that are looking to sneak their way in and take those spots away from the top 3, and there's less than 10 points in it for all of those teams. So 7 teams fighting for 3 spots. It's going to be really tough. There's going to be a lot of teams that are walking away disappointed by the end of today, but all they can really do from this point is maximize their points in these final 3 games. Make sure they're not letting any opportunities slip, and definitely do not have any 0 pointers from this point forwards. Looking at you, TDT, got to cut those out.
Yeah, I could say the same about MG Gaming, you know, like MG Gaming, yeah, they squeezed maybe just 1-2 pointers somewhere in between the matches that we had, but this is a far cry from what they've earned on all the other rounds that they had back in day 1 as well as day 2, and this is some of the worst timing possible for them to be stagnating at all, because these teams who are hungry right now are chasing right through. And of course, we also do have the top of the leaderboards to also take some of all these big wins. Surely they may create this big gap, but even despite that, they've been the hard hitters to also eliminate some of all these contestants coming from the middle of the pack. So it definitely is a very scary situation to be at. And when we talk about miracle runs, last round we were hoping that, you know, said Esports could maybe pull off a heist. It seemed like they have nothing left on the tank, so unfortunately they won't be able to do so. Right now, for Tanker, I think we've seen them try. They're currently sitting on 60 points, but the gap between them and top 8 is about 20 over points. So do you think there's any chance at all that Tanker could still do it?
Yeah, I mean, towards the end of yesterday, Tanker was averaging over 10 points per game. We've got 3 games left. You just said it's a 20-point gap. Do the same thing again, you get 30 points. Maybe those other teams aren't picking up 10 points, but the problem is there is 7 teams that if they pick up 10 to 20 points in these final 3 games, will be moving the goalposts again. For Tanker, if they have that same kind of ending to the day, 12 points a game or something from this point on, like they did in yesterday's matches, there is still an argument that they are still in the conversation, but with a 15-point gap for them to catch up onto Buriram, it might be a little bit, it's definitely a bit more difficult for them compared to the rest of the lobby, but we've got our teams that we're going to be keeping an eye on. We're also going to be looking at teams like Daytrade, who are currently well over 30 points in the lead in first place, putting a statement performance down to make sure that everyone remembers, actually, GPT or not, we're still one of the best in the region, and we're going to make sure you'll know it.
Yeah, they're absolutely rampaging lobby right now. And when we move right into Taego this time around, we've seen it before that there's always action taking place in the corners of Palace. And the last time we saw it, it's always been HAPPIE Squad, as well as some of all the players. I believe it was WDG, do correct me if I'm wrong. But these 2 teams who definitely are desperate for the points right now, bound to meet again. Are there going to be changes? We'll have to see in a short moment. So other than that, I think that this is just going to be a very fast-paced action that we're getting here inside of Taego.
It will be. It has been throughout the entirety of the PAQ Phase 1 qualifiers. Fast-paced action. A lot of early game engagements. Some games have been relatively slow in Phase 1, but the action always ramps up and picks up as the games progress. Taego has been the one map where eArena, NKT, maybe Cerberus, they've been the teams that look the most consistent, teams that are already safe. Teams that do need the points have not looked anywhere near as comfortable when it comes to Taego, but this will be their final opportunity, and they cannot afford to let this slip through their fingers. They need the points, and they've got to get them in Game 4.
This is going to be the last time that we're seeing Taego here in the plains until we wait a couple more days longer for us to begin with our final stage. With our flight path starting out from Songnam, I would still say this is a relatively decent flight path for even teams who still want to reach areas like Palace, but it definitely will seem to be a little bit of a stretch in doing so. For Tanker, waste no time. They're going to be moving into school, pulling alongside with Cerberus, who's usually moving around the regions of Osan. And we're just going to see if there's going to be maybe a little bit more of that Southern-centric kind of fight going on again. Yesterday's matchup that ended very far over onto the quarters of Hospital was definitely pretty interesting to watch. So I wonder what kind of curveball we're getting today.
Well, the curveball might just be a bit of a riverbed, that one towards the east where R8 is currently spreading themselves around that area. That does not count when land ratio comes into play, and we see plenty of zones that in the late game have teams still lurking down in that dried up riverbed, and it kind of sucks in terms of the cover it provides with hills on both sides. That can be a massive problem for some teams. Fortunately for them, though, we're not going there. We're going back to good old South. I've seen this 100 times over the past month or so in the Thailand-Vietnam series, constantly getting South shifts on Taego, so all these teams will know the priority positions, and those that have the opportunity to try and make the most out of it, teams like 4Tanker, teams like Zen, teams like NKT, they can make a move early on, get compounds, because compounds are so vital on a zone like this. But Zen isn't going to get the chance to make that early move because they've got rabbit infestations in their hospital.
Oh, yeah. It's the top dogs versus the underdogs right now. And I guess when you have nothing to lose, you definitely want to at least pick your poison and just see how to gauge your strength in order to improve your gameplay if you're going to be coming from Zen Esports. While eArena, they've always been going with a lot of all these early game aggressions and pretty much aren't going to be all too far concerned about getting a couple of visitors. But we'll see who's going to be losing some patience in the hospital.
Oh, nice. I see what you did. Yeah. Okay, I like it. Zishuan might not like this, though. He's up on the roof. eArena sprinting their way forwards. He opts not to go for a peek while he has the high ground advantage, so he's going to wait for the staircase to come into effect, but there's shotguns waiting on the other side. The rest of his squad is separated off, looking for flanking angles around the side, but Jacob anchoring. As up first, up the stairs will go Norin, shotgun in hand. Zishuan holding a far back angle to make sure that he doesn't get pumped, but he gets Dragonoved instead. Jacob catches him out as he's trying to avoid most of the damage coming through, and Norins spots out another on the far back line, gives the information. Jacob finds another headshot.
And so Esports has got no good cover for them to actually work with. The other two players of Zen Esports, despite being side by side, are just going to be swamped with the rest of eArena moving forward as Lyrics leads the charge. It's only down to Ken's Neisel, just back up from his knees. So he's going to be prepared from the corner of the wall, and there's just nothing that he can do about this push coming from Lyrics.
Seems like eArena felt what Sololzi was doing to them and we're like, oh, wait, we're allowed to do this kind of thing? We're allowed to just go run at other teams? All right, well, let's go do that. And Zen are the unfortunate recipients, but it's not going to make too much of a difference to their overall luck when it comes to positioning. They were already so far behind. They had an opportunity maybe on Taego to mount some sort of comeback, but even if they had done, this would put a dead stop to any of that momentum. He hasn't quite put a dead stop to eArena yet. Double-barreled shotgun gets damaged, but 2 times he gets scammed. The shotgun, 97 damage onto Lyrics. And oh, man, doesn't quite get the job done. That could have been 2 knocks. It could have been something. But no, Zen will be going down to just a solo as 2D has actually wrapped his way to the other side of Hospital undetected and might survive a little bit longer, but that's going to be the end of any point stacking potential they had in this match.
Yeah, nice try, though. I mean, to be bringing him down low, but not even getting knocked so far. Might just be a little bit of a bummer. Now, now he's all alone so early into the span of a round inside of Taego is definitely going to be harsh. So might as well just full commit to the act if he really wants to take on the rest of eArena. Jacob is being isolated as he's just carefully taking those peeks through the window. And I'm looking at a far stretch over onto the other corner map. There are teams moving into perhaps this corner of Hospital later on. Roy's already going on that emergency pickup as they move coming from the north. So Perhaps they're also going to be paying a visit to the hospital later on. We shall see, but it's definitely going to be a very long float. Hopefully there's not going to be other teams that's going to be picking them off from these corners of the map.
Roy just about keeping a points buffer over their 8th place position, purely based on the tiebreaker of the placement points. They have an advantage over X-Men. That might all come crashing down alongside them if they are knocked out of their parachutes, but it's coming crashing down first of all for Dynasty, who gets caught out on the bridge as he tries to find a way across from Godok. Happy Squad setting up a bridge camp that will deny Buriram entry to the mainland on the south. That is a big loss for them. Losing a player early on, they are the team that needs the most points to catch up of our previously mentioned 7 in most likely contention. Losing out a player to Happy Squad, another one of those teams. That's going to hurt. It's going to sting a little bit. And they might look for some revenge later on if they get the chance. If they get the chance to third party onto Happy Squad, they might have to just remember it and do it for Dynasty.
Yeah. It's just so rough, and that also, this allows Buriram to also go for their usual scouting action on those gliders. I mean, they could still possibly do that just to create a little bit more of that passage now that they're still within the islands of Tago over on the north side. It will definitely take a while before they actually make their entry into the southern corner of the map. So perhaps that steady flow to just get empty spaces through the north point of whatever's available is going to be the main play for the rest of Buriram United. Roy Esports does actually land and find themselves a little bit more room around the regions of Songnam, but not too far across is going to be Team NKT. Khan, yeah, at least he's able to at least see them dropping right through, so he will relay that intel back to the rest of the members who might eventually go in for some trades, as we are looking at the trade coming from Flash versus Haisaki, and it seems like it's always the two of them that's bound to meet.
Can't stop themselves, can they, Cerberus, whenever they get an opportunity, especially at this point when they have a little bit of safety. They know what they're capable of, and they're going to try and inflict some damage to anyone who comes in their way. Kanaxi in a glider, which has been ups and downs for some of the teams. Windy Gaming, though, underneath. Kanaxi will hear those shots raining off in the distance as Windy tried to make the widest wrap of all time all the way down south, but FW, we know they love themselves a nice wrap rotate as well. They're going to catch one out for Windy Gaming. T-Dui eliminated. FW, another point on the board, putting them up a little bit closer to eArena and Daytrade.
Yeah, FW fresh off of a win, definitely looking for a whole lot more moving into this matchup, and I believe they've been able to also secure a really good region to play over onto their territory, so they're definitely not going to budge for far too much. Windy Gaming, however, it's got so much more to do here. eArena, after flushing off majority of these members of Zen Esports, now finds another visitor over onto the north side of these hospital grounds, and that's going to be a well spread out unit coming in from the rest of MG Gaming. I'm not too sure what's really going to be the play here for Zitua and the rest of MG, but I believe they've already seen some movements and are hoping to at least
Jacob in the doorway.
And he didn't fire back.
Yeah.
Oh?
Yeah, he was just standing there, full peeking. There's just too many angles, too many windows for him to look at. Jacob was stood here the whole time. He was fully on Zitua's screen, but Zitua just did not register the threat. But Jacob, oh, he knows. He knows there's targets over there. I don't know if he expects this to be the last remaining Zen member still lurking around, or he thinks maybe he's being a little too active for a solo, but he's going to bide his time, maybe call a push for the rest of eArena.
That very likely to be the case. Well, Enut's pretty far off. There's not going to be any form of an assistance if that player were to be picked off for the moment. Also spots out the rest of our 8 members coming across just by the edge of Okyang, and that circle does not cover the hospital grounds, and just like that, Jacob actually catches Zitua just vaulting out of that window. Well, just unfortunate happenstance out there, but Jacob has already known from the get-go, so easy pickings. MG Gaming loses one and decides, okay, cut our losses, let's pull back as this circle's shifting anyway.
Now eArena is aware, okay, that wasn't the solo we've been looking for, so there is still another guy lurking around there somewhere. Whether or not they commit any of their precious time into clearing him out, as like you said, the hospital will no longer be relevant in terms of gameplay for the rest of the game, or whether they just grab a vehicle and make their way out of there as FW starting to flex, put their hold a little bit more aggressively along the southeastern side of the road, where there is still windy gaming as well that eArena may need to contend with if they're to try and make a push forwards. But Canaxi doesn't have to worry about being kept on the edges. He just has to worry about getting blown up from a billion angles as he just flies straight over the center of the zone, getting all the information for R8 Esports. And the information is everything is occupied and people are shooting at me from everywhere. My glide is about to explode, stuck in the middle of the road, but he finds himself a coupe, finds himself a bush, tries to get out of there, but evil Patrick, oh, he gave him a glimpse, a glimmer of hope that he was getting out of there, waits for the car to accelerate, and the headshot lands. Canaxi is way too far away from his team to get revived.
From the pad to the fire, and right now also getting traded back. I'm pretty sure that it's not exactly the R8 members. Instead, it's going to be 4 tankers, very old Jotin that does get the shot back over the side of Patrick. So that gives Canaxi maybe a couple more seconds to get a little bit cover and pray that the rest of these members of R8 can still go in for a save. 4 tanker right now in prime position as well, just by the north side of Songnam. And they definitely do expect more teams to also be cutting across. So they're absolutely going to be staying very actively involved into trading against these teams so that they will not be pushed upon on when they do go in for those rotations.
I remember back when I was doing my PVS co-streams, people were asking, what do I think are the main differences between Thailand and Vietnamese PUBG in terms of the scene overall? The answer really is, in Vietnamese PUBG, there is a very clear top echelon, a top tier of teams. Those are the ones who will be waiting in the grand finals, the likes of the Expendables, the likes of All Gamers Global. Definitely could throw Cerberus in that mix as well, but they have been kind of trolling for the past 6 games or so, and haven't been taking it anywhere near as seriously as a team like Daytrade have. But below that, it falls off a bit of a cliff, realistically, and I expected more from teams like Windy Gaming and TTS. But Thailand, it's so much more spread across the board. There's so many teams. There's maybe 9 teams that whenever you come into a Thailand series, you think this team has a realistic chance of maybe top 3 or even winning. Sharper Esports, no one really would have expected them to win the Thailand series. People might have expected Forest Gaming to have a very solid performance with the pickup of Coach Chak, and they've done exactly that. And you can really see that spread as the top of the standings is fully flying the Thailand flag. But MG Gaming is trying to change the narrative as they sprint their way forwards. Enoch does a nasty little kickflip, forces John out from his position to regroup up with the squad, but he doesn't get the chance. Ninja 2K obliterates him before he can get over the line of sight back towards TDT. It can't be happening again. They need the points, and losing players like that for free on rotations, getting caught, is not going to help.
All these big risky plays are starting to show right now in times of desperation, and right at this very moment, eArena does get that claim towards the hill, where FW is also interested to flush them off of that position. And I absolutely do agree with you that it's definitely very top echelon heavy for the side of Vietnam, and for the Thai side, it's always been about whoever does get, you know, that great form in every respective season, where they just have so many stack of talented teams with young bloods mixed into the roster, and even those with the old dogs have always been able to find great formulas to work with. And we're just seeing some of the very best coming out of it. Even Sharper Esports have been out of the international scene for such a long time. It's great to actually see them back in the form to be able to contend in the final stages. Where look at NKT. This is one newly promoted team that definitely have shown us so many great surprises back in day 1, day 2. Decent run. Day 3 still holding on to the top 5. Safe enough to actually play out with some of the best inside the lobby. eArena, though, now making a beeline directly into the center of the zone. They're just about to meet up with the rest of RA as they're hoping to climb up the hills.
And if you look to your left, Jacob, out of your window as your tour guide, you will see absolutely nothing. a couple of rocks, a couple of bushes, and it's a wide open field surrounded by hills. What are the options to play here for eArena? They've gone all the way through this space. They're getting shot at from all angles, and they're finding almost nothing to try and play. Jacob cops a headshot as well from 5657 as they just continue their send, looking for anything. They couldn't get the hold on the southeast as FW was holding them out, so they just keep on driving. Now Norin's getting tagged down low. It's so risky for eArena, but there's just nowhere for them to pull up safely. They don't have the chance. They don't have the chance to get smokes down. The vehicles are about to explode. They're underneath the watchful eye of TDT, and ZYU is lurking, maybe waiting if they go a little bit too far to take a free point.
It's a miracle that they did not actually suffer any form of casualties through that rotation. The Orange just landed perfectly right behind the rock, so they just really gotta cop this spot for the time being. And at least this is definitely better from where their prior position were, but they're also going to be expecting a lot of all the other teams to be around this vicinity and of course, receiving whatever information from the shots acquired. They're just going to be always on their toes right now. The zone, though, pops directly on the heads of Happy Squad. And is this going to be the case where they can lock that top 8 spot from this game onwards?
I'm not entirely sure from the looks of the minimap how good the hard cover they have there. It looks like one of those fields where they have the open tents or even just like the field coverings. It's not really going to provide the best cover, but it's really the open field that surrounds them that's the best thing that they have defensively. It's like a massive open moat that no one can send it through. Plus the fact that P90s are in hand, that will do them some favors as well, as ZYU gets ripped out of his vehicle by 10 Trip. And they try to wrap themselves around the far side of the compound, putting some pressure on this split now from Happy Squad. And yeah, look at the cover that they have in this area. It gives them cover from above. Maybe someone's flying a glider, but in terms of actually out in the fields, it's not all that great. They have to retreat back into the buildings, the compounds, and Ia is out here by himself, trying to go fishing for Hwang F in the smokes.
Yeah, I'm sure the padding feels this is exactly the spot that he wished to be, but they are trying to make do with whatever they could. Just like you said, barely enough coverage. That's why they're also extending right across some of all these areas to just get more to be done up against the teams who are also trying to swerve into these open terrains. Upchen gets a catch him around the Meglos, and that's some nasty shots and trades between him as well as Imkudi over on the other quarter with the full shields.
And if you question why we say Cerberus hasn't been taking it quite as seriously as teams like Daytrade, you see sometimes Haisaki's been doing things like this, where he just sprints at teams. Imkudi gets a couple of tags, can't provide the cover because he's healing. Does not matter. Haisaki has grenades. He has an MG3. He's just sprinting it down, trying to take away the hold from Happy Squad, and it's working. A drop shot from Haisaki. That's 3 down for Happy Squad. Around the side, he's got another as well. Buriram's master stole away a kill onto Aya, but Haisaki is bored of all of this nonsense. He gets the job done himself. Happy Squad, from what looked like a prime position to get some solid points to put a gap between themselves and the top 8, they're dealt with. They're done. Their Tego is over.
How is it allowed? And right now, we're also getting a little bit of goose chase coming out there for Savage Men, as that's going to be a real tough one to swallow. While Upchen, he's the only member alive, while the rest of these pack have been slowly receiving a couple of tags coming from all across the fields. Speaking of which, 33 HP, and he's slowly getting all these stray bullets right behind his back, and just like that, eArena also sends out the rest of X-Men, so barely any points for TDT, for Happy Squad, and of course, Savage Men, who's hoping to actually stay afloat. Now, who's left on the table? There's still a couple of members of TDT, though, somewhere playing over the south side. So they're happy that they're not getting chased by that wild, random Haisaki that has done all the magic with him over the fields.
Oh, big spray from 6789. Lands a couple of headshots onto Sam Mask. Can turned and forced to run, as well as NKT looking down the barrel of not only Windy, but another 0-point game. We just said all they need to do is avoid having 0 pointers from this point on, because that's what's going to get them overtaken by some of the teams behind, but they can't avoid this one as Windy Gaming take control of the northeastern side of the zone. Southwest, Daytrade will try and make their send through the middle of Cerberus. It's not going to go well. Tigger taken out. Haisaki gets down Flash, but no, Tigger's still going. It's the Lolzy that goes down. Now he's dealt with. Lambao pops out of the shack and makes Daytrade pay for their crimes.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're also landing towards the areas of the Hounds, but Daytrade over north side are still trying to trade blows with whatever frag grenades that they still have inside the bag. Lambao holding his own just fine. Can't really say the same about those limping members of Daytrade that needs to actually receive any form of assistance coming from the side of Tanadol, but at least he's pretty much closer to the zone where he's capable enough to actually zone off some of the members of Cerberus Esports who are out there in the fields. Meanwhile, Roy defending up against the rest of Buriram United. Very late entry towards the south side, but Buriram United hoping to make it work. Roy Esports, they've already got themselves that 4 points, leapfrogging into the 19-pointer teams, but they're just buying enough time, and that's not enough space for them to work with because Eddie's already at work, gets that knock, looking for Diprat as well. And this is just going to be pretty tough because Buriram has caught all the attention coming from the Indonesians. But Master with the flag, he finds it.
They needed something. They needed a way to get into this zone, and they've done it. They've got themselves in. Cerberus have got Daytrade out, dealt with, gone, eliminated. They've cleaned them up. They need to get themselves in the zone on the opposite side as 40k continue their push in 6, 7, 8, 9. Panzerfaust himself. Gameplay diff eliminated as eArena are now coming into the push all across the zone. It's hectic. It's chaos.
An absolute mayhem right now. The 10 soldiers also getting all these nades being sent their way. There's still a member over on the other far sector. Seems like they'll be able to hold on for a little bit more, but eArena now rampaging with those 12 kills in hand. Doran's in trouble, though. A couple of all these bullets coming in from Rip will catch him now.
Still looking, still trying to find the angles. eArena out there in the field. They do get a favorable zone shift, but we saw just how empty and vacant this field is in terms of what there is to play. There is not much at all. They've got to try and find something.
It's just a crazy round of Tego, and of course, expect nothing less. Jacob running directly with the cover of the tree, and you knows that there's not going to be much of a space for him to work with, as that member will be able to pop a full shield for perhaps a chance to trade right back, while the rest of Windy Gaming now does get a little bit more of a high ground advantage through the hillside to slowly zone away some of the members of eArena that's currently visible. Oran's already limping while the rest of 40k are trying to dash across the far eastern quarter map. Heavy King trading right back at the Buriram members who have taken down 2 of their own. And he's all alone, though. He probably wanted to prioritize positioning instead because he's already got the zone. He's just got to keep himself alive for a little longer.
Well, Contra, in the break, you talked about how we were discussing our thoughts on the 7 teams in contention and who we thought might get in. I said Buriram and TDT. They're still alive, and they're not currently getting absolutely farmed by MG3s, MKs, all around the side. Whatever Cerberus has to throw bullets downfield, they are putting them to use. And once again, Haisaki's on the push. He does not care. He's an IGL that leads from the front, and my God, he's looking good.
Oh, so good. Haisaki, Salalzi, these lethal duo is just doing so much here in the fields. Already 11 points, so we also match up against the rest of eArena. But BRU, like you said, they're definitely poised to once again see the light of day with the top 8 runs. He knows VK's right at the back, but he's actually checking the wrong side of the angle, so now he finally gets confirmation that he's right behind that rock. Also, keep in mind, WDG, they can actually hear some of all these gunshots, and maybe they're just pulling the wrong attention at this very moment because Marcus, as well as 6, 7, 8, 9, they're already on the move to sort out what's happening right here down south.
Yeah, Edvy King is well aware that there's a threat still behind him. Haisaki's well aware that there's a target behind his folded shield, and he does not care for safety. He doesn't care whether anyone could peek him up from over the hill. As long as they don't kill him on the way over, he's going to try and find an angle on Jacob. Dragunov, one headshot, not quite connected, but the body shots will do. And now he's got 5 grenades to try and blast eArena back out of the standings. Cerberus is coming for those top 2 spots.
When you have a leader just like Haisaki, I don't know what could actually go wrong, where this guy has got big cojones to actually just going for the push all alone. Like, look at him go. Like, he's just so confident that, hey, so long as I just throw in more of all these dates, things can only go right, isn't it? And now he's going to lob one directly into Larynx. What can he even do about that? Now only one member standing in the way, and that's going to be Sizzy. He's trying to go for the revives, but I'm afraid there's just not enough time for them to get much done.
And Lambao tosses the blue zone grenade in, gets the re-knock, gets the spray down from Sololzi as well. eArena eliminated. Buriram did lose out on the engagement down to the south, but Sololzi has just pushed up over the ridge, and Windy Gaming are next on the chopping block. Cerberus going balls deep, just dominating everyone in the lobby. They have nothing to lose, nothing to worry about, but they are making it such a problem for everyone else in the lobby to deal with them.
Yeah. For now, I guess TDT is going to be happy about this situation because they're not the one receiving all that pressure, but instead it's WDG at this very moment. And oh boy, this is going to be a tough one to crack. And speaking of cracking something out, it's going to be grenades falling in from the side of Haisaki. Rip does actually get the exchange, and finally somebody put a stop to this mad lad. Finally, or at least a temporary stop. He still has teammates here, ready to push forwards, ready to fight for their leader. So while he's wrapping around the side and almost gets an angle on towards Rip, he does land a headshot. Revive hasn't come through just yet. Rip turns it around though. He's not happy to let Sololzi just run over this fight, but now TDT rock up. They've done next to nothing this game. They haven't had the chance. They've been ducked down in the field, but they made it to the top 3, and Van might just clean up Windy Gaming from the opposite side. If he pushes over, there's a couple of freebies, but Hwangef has gone the opposite direction, trying to do the same thing on towards Cerberus. They've both got potential 3-man lineups, and Hwangef has come equipped with a Panzer. What if they actually get this chicken dinner from this game? They have yet to actually get those big numbers as compared to Cerberus Esports, and WDG's has got nowhere else to run, where they're slowly getting choked out. Lambao carrying that P90 over onto the fields, and surely but steadily, the rest of Cerberus Esports will be able to find this one. Haisaki goes for a push again, but this time he will not get to live for much longer. AUG in hand, 6, 7, 8, 9 gets blinded instead. So Sololzi just not allowing him to even go in for the trade. It does find a frag grenade on the ground though. Perhaps this might actually pull some surprises up against the rest of Cerberus Esports. But when exactly does TDT want to get involved again?
Well, just don't be Daytrade, TDT. Don't throw this one away. They've got the zone control. Lambao is burning down as the Windy Gaming hold their angles. The grenades nearly took him out. The Molotov will get it done. Sololzi up on the close range does get traded. Now TDT, they see the knock in the kill feed. They have to activate. They've got to go. Hwangef has got to blow them up with this Panzer, and he's got the prime opportunity. Marcus is still knocked out. They need to get all of these points. They can't let it slip, but Windy Gaming need them as well. Hwangef with a gameplay differential, the Panzerfaust from miles away. It's all up to Rip.
The Panzer might just be the diff that they needed for them to secure the chicken dinner. This might bring them to the top 8, and finally they've been rewarded. Could you believe it, Saga?
Oh man, 3 kills. It sucks. It's not much, but it's a win. A win is all that matters. 10 points on the board for TDT. I don't care if they did it with a Panzerfaust. That's what they needed. It's all those teams that are right on the cutoff point, and they're the ones that come out ahead. That might be enough to get them into safety. There's still 2 games left to go to decide it. Whatever, Cerberus got all the points this game. We don't care because TDT has just come back from another 0-point game, turned it around, and a big win. That means so much for them.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The least we expect out of them, they deliver. And we started off even with some of all these random hot drops moving into hospitals, and so many of all these fights were already going on over the southern quarter of the map. TDT, we have talked about how they have gotten a really good area to actually hold out for in the early span of round. Same can be said about HAPPIE Squad, but HAPPIE Squad perhaps was just too open in the fields where they just got those crazy man coming in from Cerberus Esport to really rampage through everybody else. So TDT, count their lucky stars, they managed to find a safe refuge to hold out until they start reappearing in the late game.
Man, the late game is really all that matters. We've seen it a couple times. Like, you can get all the kills you want in the early phases of the game, but unless you're Hisaki and Cerberus running in with MG3s and just 1v4ing teams, because why not, then getting a couple of kills in the early phases, it's nice, but the 10 points for the win means so much for TDT, not only just in the actual points, but it's a big boost to their placement as well. There is a good chance we get tiebreakers by the end when all is said and done, when we finished off our Miramars for the day. Those 10 extra placement points could make a huge difference. Buriram United disappointed that they couldn't get more out of this game, but it was so tough to come in from the south side of the map, losing out eventually as just up on the hilltop there's too many targets for them to try and work their way through. Cerberus just cleaned up everything else on the west.
Yeah, we're talking about the likelihood of TDT as well as Buriram United. Although they didn't manage to get all these big numbers out there, they traded well up against Roy Esports, and then Cerberus Esports, they try to make it look like a walk in the park, but once again, overexhausted themselves after taking that long jog up against the rest of these members of WDG. But of course, HAPPIE points out there. I do say that Cerberus Esports would still emerge as the ones that gain probably the most points in this lobby, but WDG has made it worthwhile for them to at least secure themselves a top 2 finish to still keep the lifeline for the grand finals to still be a possibility.
Who's going to be man of the match? It could be anyone. It doesn't matter. Give it to all of them. Just getting the win is the most important thing. It's a pretty pathetic kill total, all things considered, but it does not matter. A win's a win. 13 points is the important factor here. Does not matter how you get it across the line, even if it is with a Panzerfaust. It gets the job done. But Windy Gaming as well had a really solid game. They keep themselves up in second. Rip. I mean, I've got to give him his credit. We've been roasting him a little bit for his gray hair, but man, he's really come out fragging at the very end, just trying to keep his team alive, but he just couldn't do it when Van and Hwangef swept their way in. It will be Van with the most feeble MVP performance so far in the tournament. 2 kills, 200 damage, but the win is all that really counts.
That's right. And then, of course, they also want to end it with a bang as well to keep us all pretty entertaining. Also keeping us on our toes to see whether or not will they qualify. This might just be the game that changes it all for some of these guys over on to the midfield. So, Van Ung, great job, well done. And hopefully we do get to actually see him once again shine in the finals. But of course, the stars of the show were the crazy hounds of Cerberus Esports, where they back a total of 20 points. Then we're looking at the tie between eArena as well as WDG, while TDT still a couple of points short, despite them getting the chicken dinner. They find themselves at the 4th place with the 13 points.
Imagine winning a game and coming 4th. It's so crazy. But, I mean, what can you do when Cerberus and eArena, between the two of them, wipe out half the lobby, and those guys don't even need points? Like, it means nothing to them, but it means everything to TDT, because those 13 points, as pathetic as a total as 3 kills is when all said and done, it's enough to get them into top 7 with a 4-point margin above HAPPIE Squad, currently holding the 8th place down. X-Men pushed out once again. MGG out of the top 8 for the first time in a while. They've been slipping ever slightly down the track, and now eventually when we get into Miramar, they're going to have to find something to make a push back in. Windy Gaming in that previous game, 15 points. They do that one more time, they're in the top 8. It's still all to play for in these final 2 games, and as far down as 13th, there are teams that could stake a claim for those final slots.
Saga, I'm afraid my heart can't take what happens in the final game on how crazy these rounds have been, especially with this one landing in the hands of these guys who need it the most. I think that possibility for Windy Gaming is highly likely to happen, but of course, that depends on how well do they traverse across these dusty dunes, because there's still 2 more maps of Miramar to play out. And traditionally, we've seen the Thai teams as well as the Vietnamese teams to be able to do wonders in this map. Of course, I'm not letting off some of all the names like Roy Esports or even Xavage to still have certain impact in some of all these matchups. But of course, this is just pretty rough, like a tough pill to swallow for even the likes of MG Gaming, who's stagnating once again. Only 1 point in this round, last I checked, and they're just falling off their high horse. And I feel like this might just be too late for recovery. Or would it be?
You want to hear something extremely unsurprising? Our top 3 performers on Miramar so far in this tournament: Daytrade Gaming, Cerberus, and eArena. 3 teams that are already locked in. They've been locked in for a long time. They don't need to do anything these games, but they're still going out there and making it so difficult for the teams that are fighting for their tournament life to get anything going for them. So many have been ran over, sometimes even literally in the early phases of the game, by the teams that are simply doing victory laps. They're practicing for what they know is already going to be an appearance in the final stage, while others are still scrambling to try and get there. It makes it so difficult. And maybe that is the play. Maybe what TDT did, just keep your head down, stay away from those teams until the super late stages of the game, when you actually have a chance to maybe go in and kill them off. And doesn't matter if it's a 3-kill win, it will be enough to get you to the grand finals. Maybe that's the play that some teams will go for. It would be nice to see some of them come out with some confidence and frag their way into the finals, get some momentum behind them. But when you've got teams like that in the lobby, like Cerberus, like eArena, like Daytrade, that are getting 15 kills a game just for fun, it makes it so difficult to build any of that confidence.
Yeah, the rest of the mid-pack kind of wish they have this level of confidence, or maybe if any of them dare to do so, this final game, just have that one guy that say, hey, I'm just going to do what Haisaki did. Maybe we can actually have this big fair shot. Who knows? It may actually pay off, but of course, their coach probably won't be happy if it actually will result in an early crash out. So, of course,
if it results in the finals, the coach will be like, "Good job, man. Don't do it again, but great work."
Oh yeah, and after the entire night, if they do qualify, I'm sure they have a feast, whatever it is, a Haidee Lao, hot pot dinner, or anything with the likes of it. They get to enjoy, but of course, for those who don't qualify, you did mention before that it's going to be a very long off season for these guys, because we got to go through the PGSs as well.
Yeah, PGS is going to be taking up basically the next 2 months of your time. Maybe you get into the EWC qualifiers, but if that falls short, then you're waiting until after Nations Cup, until the next round of regional series. Like the next Thailand, Vietnam series is going to be in probably August, maybe even slightly later, maybe early September. So this is going to be the last major international tournament that they have the chance to compete at for a long time. They have to make the most out of this opportunity, particularly for some of those teams where this is coming in and they've got some experience. Maybe it's a return to international PUBG for some players, the likes of teams that have had success in continental series, teams like Tin Soldier that have got even champions on their team from previous events in the international space, but haven't been able to quite find that success. They've got to really dig deep, put everything on the table right now, because they have nothing left to lose, fight for their life, because they're literally on the verge of elimination, and there are so many teams in the same position, and only a few of them can make it through. It's going to be brutal.
Yeah, it definitely is very brutal. And when you did mention about the Tin Soldiers, like just looking at them right now positioning near the very bottom of the leaderboard, definitely a tough pill for them to swallow, that they have such high successes and the lowest of lows moving into this play-in stages. And that's a quick reality check that there's still much more that they need to improve in order to match up this APAC lobbies. We're not even going back to the internationals yet. So, of course, it's great that at least it's happening very early throughout the year, rather than later when you're hoping to actually get your hands onto, who knows, a PGC title, right? So I guess TTS, we definitely want to see if there's still any form of chance that they could just go bam, double chicken dinner, 20-point kills, then okay, suddenly it doesn't matter who else is in the middle of the field, then that's where they actually get to prove us wrong. So else, it is what it is. We can cope all we want, but like you said, stats don't lie. The top dogs are still the rulers of these matchups.
They really are. They are gatekeeping everyone out like Cerberus does. The gates of hell in Greek mythology, that gatekeeping everyone from the grand finals of the PGS APAC Phase 1 qualifiers with that previous performance where Haisaki just, I don't know, drops his sensibility. I was trying to find a way of not saying pants, but whatever. He just sprints his way across fields and just shoves MG3s in everyone's faces and holds the trigger down until they fall over. Sometimes that's all it takes, but that's confidence that it takes, what, multiple years of being the top fragger in PBS, a PGS 3 championship title. Maybe when you have those kind of accolades, you can have that kind of confidence, but that is not going to be anyone else in this lobby. It's so tough to come out, perform with this much pressure on your shoulders. I'm expecting we're not going to see anyone else playing quite like that on Miramar. Maybe a little bit more conservative gameplay, because the likes of HAPPIE Squad, Xavage Men, MG Gaming still only 4 or 5 points within it, and there are still more teams just behind them in the standings waiting to pounce and take their opportunity should any of the teams above them slip up.
True enough, and perhaps this is the time that some of these guys pray for an urban ending where they could just find a couple of 4 walls to just hide the best as they could in order to actually get by. But even so, it's going to be so randomized if it does happen. So if it's going to be an all-out trade out there through the valleys, then we're definitely bound for some special action where we'll see who has the aim differentials moving into our final 2 matchups of the night. So I can't wait to see how these guys unleash their inner demons.
Well, they're going to have one final opportunity to do so on Miramar. 2 maps left to go. Tournament fates on the line. Grand finals, PGS slots, all to play for in our final 2 matches of the play-ins.
And in our penultimate round, this is going to be the do or die situation for some of these teams who are just by the borderline of the top 8, where we have HAPPIE Squads holding on to 86 points. Those were the points to beat. Xavage Men, they crashed out on that first round in Tego, and now needing to climb back up into the top 8. It's unfortunately, it's the Masters regions who are trying to take each other out. Of course, right behind them, there's still MG Gaming, R8 Esports, and potentially even members of Buriram United to be able to make a huge resurgence into this match.
95-96 points. That's where we put our penciled in marker. And that is still currently higher than even the likes of Roy Esports, NKT have in 5th and 6th place. They can't afford to have 0-point games. Salvage points mean so much at this opportunity. They've bought themselves a safety buffer, but they are still far from safe. They are far from saved. They are still under threat of many of the squads who are desperately looking to pick up points behind them. Thankfully for them, at the very least, they're not right in the middle of the melee. They can kind of linger and lurk on the edges for the time being, and they might just have to do that for the zone as well, as it has centered up just to the southwest of Cantera. There's a worrying chance that we go back in towards Los Leones and get another urban ending, because we've already had a couple of those, and those were horrendously messy, and that would be the worst case scenario for some of the squads who are looking to play a controlled style of game and make sure that they get the best opportunities for themselves to stack up the points and secure their spots in the finals.
Even worse if it's Los Leones. El Pozo was huge enough, and they're telling me that we're going into the biggest city. It's going to be the longest of standstills if it does actually be happening. And at least for the moment, a couple of teams will be happy that the circle does appear onto somewhere that's absolutely comfortable for them. Cerberus inside of Picado, Zen Esports, TDT are already locked in over onto that Los Leones region, and joining by is also going to be WDG far over onto the corners of Puerto Paraiso. So firm access, good news for some of the guys that did very well back in the map of Tego. Whereas over onto the far north point, we have a lot of different names that are still yet to actually get moving. Happie Squad, especially because they were landing onto Alcantara ruins, so it's going to be a long rotation for them. If they could find an emergency pickup, that would be great. But BRU, they get to actually call their first tips, which is absolutely important, especially when they are currently 12.
Yeah, they've got to find something to try and deal with that gap that they have. It's a minimal gap. It's 6 points between them in 12th and Happie Squad in 8th. It's so doable. It's so tantalizingly close. Buriram United currently stand the furthest away of the mid-pack teams, barring maybe Windy Gaming, who are only 12 points away themselves after a big performance in our final Tego of the tournament. Still so much to play for all of these teams. The zone hasn't done them too many favors, but Windy Gaming did make a nice early rotation up towards Impala. They've claimed a lot of the field on the southeastern side of the zone, east of Cantera and Los Leones. And maybe if we do get that shift back in towards the city itself, they can get up and play on the ridges, R8, maybe looking for a similar strategy all the way up north by Oasis. They've got a hell of a rotation ahead of them, but MG Gaming have found themselves a free kill at the expense of TTS. 1 additional point, 1 step closer to the top 8.
I'm not quite sure on how or why that member of TTS is being there, and not much that can be done right through is just like that. The Tin Soldiers have lost one, and in Miramar, any member that you can have to move to the late game is always going to be a big bonus on how you will be able to trade. And speaking of trading, is Itua finding that blue.
I think it was just, this is sort of right on the edge of how far you can stretch for your parachutes. There is a hard spawn vehicle here. It's a priority compound for a reason. MG Gaming maybe just got here first, got the vehicles, and TTS trying to sneak their way in, grab some loot, grab the car and get out, but they don't get the opportunity. MG with 2 kills now on the board, and Buriram United picking one up down south of Los Leones as well, catching the Zen member sleeping a little bit behind the rest of his team's rotation. 2 of our teams in contention, early points on the board, little bit of momentum and a little bit of space in their favor.
Yeah, those 2 freebies for MG Gaming and now are now seeing them tie the points with Happie Squad. And just so happened, of course, with them on our screen, we're going to have to see where Happie Squad lands, where a lot of all these teams are in the midst of rotation. They could still somehow be caught up. There's a lot of open space around Minas Generalis if they were to actually drop by, which is still very playable. Other than that, there's still Cantera to be an option as well. So those are absolutely going to be a contested spot, since it's going to be somewhere close to the center of the zone. While BRU have to face a little bit of sandstorm as they make their journey past the edges of Los Leones, and now getting clipped by the rest of Zen Esports, who's hiding inside of the apartments.
Okay, going face first into that rock. Maybe a little bit thankful that it was on that side of the ridge. Ninja 2K gets caught out though. He tried to make a send a little bit further ahead of the rest of his team, further forwards. Oliver catches him out. 1 more bullet would have got the trade in favor of MGG, but after those 2 kills that they picked up in the early phases, they've now lost 1 of their own, and potentially another as Enoch comes up over the side right in front of Savior. And X-Men need the points as well, particularly knowing that it's MGG. They're 1 point behind them in the standings now. They want MGG eliminated, and X-Men is going to try and chase the kill points, but eventually they just chase Enoch out of there, force MGG back as they head south into the zone.
Oh, they're setting up a trap. There's a 2 crossfire being set over onto the alleyways, and Xavage men, they're pulling the bricks right now, and they are smart enough to do so to not fall prey to what they're trying to cook up over onto that corner. So smart enough coming from the PMS team, while we still have Happie Squad making a landing towards the side of Windy Gaming, and through the air, it's going to be Rip that takes down Evil Patrick.
He's definitely started hitting some shots today, hasn't he, Rip? 113. Took him a little while to get himself warmed back up, shake off some of the rust. He's going to get another one as Tentrip goes for an unsafe heal up on the roof. Marcus has been taken down by Algen bots on the back line, but Ia dropped as well. We'll leave him as the last man standing. It's only a 2x for Rip, but it's enough to get some good, solid tags. Maybe Marcus can be revived as well. Windy Gaming, they're closing the gap. They're holding the line as Happie drop themselves to their demise as they drop down to 8th place as well.
so rough, and there's just nothing that they could actually do about it when they just move in without expecting the members of WDG to have been able to claim the first dips. And that's the problem about going with emergency pickup so early into the matchup. Even when you land, you still have to look for vehicles and perhaps a couple more loots if you were not well equipped enough. And now Algenbots just hope that he could just find a way to play for any form of placement points. And when push comes to shove, he will definitely have to fend for his own. So MG Gaming, they got those 2 points, but with that trade coming from Xavage Men, even X-Men are now tying the points. Now there's a three-way for that 86 points. So we have pretty much a tie here that will be broken much later on.
Yeah, it's going to be 1 point, 2 points maximum that separates the teams that make it into the finals and those who just barely miss out by a heartbreaking margin. And there's going to be quite a few of them as well. Fortanker, perhaps not one of them, but they are only about 25 points away. A win here could make a difference. They've spotted Zizzy up on the hilltop. They're going to switch their angle of approach rapidly, making sure they're in a safe position down on the low ground, not giving away any free points. But Lerix is even higher up above, once again in the glider, putting shots down towards Fortanker. The rest of the squad still a long way over southwestern side of Picardo, and there's a sandstorm coming in that separates the two of them as well. Might buy them a little bit of reprieve away from the shots of Lerix for the time being, but doesn't mean that if eArena decides to go a little bit Cerberus-y and just push down on the team that's pulled up below them as a two-man, support is a long, long way away.
Yeah, he could absolutely do so, but he decides to ditch the glider since he can't see through the sandstorm at all. Probably going to be getting a vehicle to also supplement whatever type of plan that eArena wants to go for to set up this ambush up upon the rest of the members of 4TK. Now, we're going to be getting a little bit more of a confirmation on where this one would eventually sum up the battles inside of Miramar, and we're being brought over onto the north as Cantera will be the main playing field.
Big for Roy. They get to hold on to their warehouse compound, some high ground as well, should it shift north eventually. They are currently leading one couple of points ahead in 5th place on 93, tied with NKT. This could be a zone that turns fortune massively in their favor. NKT nearby as well, but they're on the low ground. That's what, trying to make a move up to get into one of the bowls alongside the shack, under duress, under fire from Sololzi from range, but nothing connecting too much. And he will manage to flex his way forwards. Still in a fairly safe position for now under the bowls, but eventually teams will start pushing through. It is a grenadable spot if anyone pulls up on the ridge to the north. Oh, hello.
Ooh. So you, lucky enough that he does manage to get the car still running. And also a couple of pot shots coming in from the hillside. It's going to be WDG that's sending some signal warning to the rest of TDT. Venom. I still couldn't get it right up to this point. Well, I'm sorry about that.
It's really hard. You know, it's one of those where even in Vietnam, the accents are so different on the southern side of the country to the northern side that it doesn't even sound the same if someone from Ho Chi Minh says it compared to when someone from Hanoi says it. So don't feel bad. It's a tough name to get right. You just call him Van.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll stick to that. Just hope that he's not driving a van at the very same time. It's like, okay, well,
van in a van.
Well, I guess we continue on with our Hellhounds of Cerberus Esports. This time, it's going to be Sololzi, who's hoping to challenge Daytrade. Now, this is going to be an equal fight, if that's going to be the case, with one of the heavy hitters out there. Cerberus Esports have not stopped from actually sticking to their game plan of just running it down up against some of these teams, and Daytrade hopefully worry about their surroundings, but they're focusing on to these two members of Roy Esports because they've been rather interested on the warehouse that Roy has hold out from, because that fit center that they want. How did he get up here?
Where is he? He's inside the warehouse. Okay. Never seen this angle before, but okay, Alden Bots, I see you. I'm not sure if he's even tall enough to shoot over that if he gets an angle towards Savior, but he can survive here for quite some time. I don't think anyone's even gonna bother tossing a blue zone nade up there. I definitely wouldn't know to check that. But okay, noted. Next time you go to Cantera, check for rats in the rafters. Turns out that's something that can happen.
Well, I learn something new every other day when I watch these guys play, and great to see that he has a plan to keep surviving inside of the fields of Miramar when he's absolutely all alone versus all these other squads out there. So I'm still trying to figure it out. Do you like take a shoot, get up to the top of the roof of the warehouse, and then like you vault in? Is that the play that he actually made, or was it a different sequence at all? But you know, no matter the case, we're still going deeper into Cantera. Good news for Elgin Boss.
Was right. Probably was right, because the rest of his team died on the E pickup. So maybe it was just a bail out, go to the north, and find somewhere to lie down for the rest of the game. Just take a rest, take a break. Don't stress too much, but. Good luck with that when they're 1 man up and 1 point ahead of 9th place. 4Tanker trying to put some shots into the remaining members of TTS as they disappear out from the shanties by the graveyard, but shots are not quite connecting. A quick little hop up over will buy them some space to maneuver as well.
4Tanker created a lot of all that space to secure graveyard for their own as well. So an important play for them to be able to aggress in order to actually take these claims. But we're still going to have to worry about Uter that's pretty far off as well. They're not really joining in the pack. Well, I got to say that he will be able to at least follow the trace that's being left behind from the rest of TTK, but further down is going to be Cerberus Esports. Lyric's also landing right on top of Buggy as he is just securing a lot of grounds here in Miss Generales. Now here comes the 1v1 affair on the outskirts as Salalzi is going on an ego challenge to take down Uther. And this is what I was talking about. That member of 4Tanker is too far away and now being caught by these crazy lads of Cerberus.
Yeah, there's a little bit of Batulin strategies up on top of the rocks as both of these guys are super isolated from the rest of their squads, but Salalzi makes it an unfair 1v1 by just lobbing grenades at him until annoyingly, his vehicle exploded. Salalzi would have probably liked to have had that. Oh, God. Oh, God. Salalzi, no. Get out of the way. It's like Indiana Jones in the temple of 4Tanker's dead car. Just chasing him down the hilltop. Salalzi gets out of there without getting ran over. It's a good thing he checked to the side because that thing was gunning for him.
I swear it was having some trackers. I don't know, like if, I don't know, Elon Musk planted some devices for them to actually go back to the owner or something like that, but okay.
Homing missile.
That didn't hurt him at all, thankfully, but Kunyet, though, sees the entire rotation as the rest of the three members of 4Tankers are hoping to just book a corner of the crater where Cantera is currently at, but that actually leaves them pretty susceptible from certain angles, especially with the rest of Cerberus also taking notice. Jacob on the far end, spotted out by V King. Yeah, me and my words.
Nice.
It's been tough.
Yeah, sometimes the usernames don't make it too easy, but I gotta say I'm impressed by Roy's confidence, their bold hold on this 2-2 split on the western side of Cantera, really just slathering themselves all across the zone to give themselves the best chance of holding a position whenever the phase 4 shift comes in. It does go northeast of Cantera, so the warehouse will be out, but thankfully Kunyet and Edvi King still holding on to their position on the eastern side of Cantera, those two raised houses. If they can clear their backline, they can move up, they can play the southwestern ridge of Cantera itself, try and get some shots down onto the teams down below who are scrapping, or those down to the south where Buriram is looking to make a push. Kens gets taken down by Riz, but Dynasty steps a little bit too close into Windy territory. It gets caught out by 6, 7, 8, 9's off angle.
It's been a long scrapping fight over onto the south side here. I'm just surprised that Zishan has kept himself afloat while he does pick that one up from Dynasty and looking for a swing up against those over the hillside. Doing significant damage to be able to flush out the rest of Buriram United, moving back into the truck, but it doesn't seem like they won't be able to travel too far as that vehicle's going to be eventually catching fire while FW Esports goes ahead to lock out the rest of MG Gaming, dropping big blue zone grenades, and that's definitely going to do a world of hurt up against these Thai guys. And now bringing the Panzer Banana 1 to do them dirty like this.
Gotta find them one way or another, but MG have got to find a way to survive. They need these points. They need to survive. This is not enough for them. But FW is looking to bring the pain through whatever means necessary. Blue zones, Panzerfaust, Molotovs, all getting tossed out towards MG. And another frag grenade up in the window for Banana 1. They want to clear them out, claim this compound for themselves. And they get to play the edge of the zone, but MG is still fighting for their tournament live. He can't quite make the window hop, just vaults out into the smoke instead, as Zitua finds an angle. Enot out of the side as FW. They pushed the hot dog, they pushed the longhouse. They didn't know that MG was still in there. Surely they thought there's no way they'd put so much utility into that house, but they're still in there. They find another. Banana 1 looking for an angle with his Panzer.
Still waiting for the right moment out there. Razy, he's going to be down and out. Well, MG Gaming kind of turned the tides around. And now with a sawed off, 5-6-5-7 is going on a goose chase, but that one's got the better of the angles from the staircases. Gonna go in for a reload though. MG, they're happy enough to continuously trade with them now that they know that they've already isolated this target. And now turn the tides around. Big nades now falling towards the side of Enot. He does actually steer clear away from danger. While on the other side of the map, we have NKT getting blown off.
And look on the minimap as well. Windy Gaming saw all of the fights popping off on the southeastern side of the zone. They need these points. They see an opportunity to gatekeep whoever wins this battle. They've pulled up in the trenches just behind. They're going to make sure that whoever leaves this compound will not be leaving in one piece. Whoever comes out ahead in this fight will be their next targets to hold them out. Banana 1 finally going to find a way to make that Panzerfaust go to some use. Does get some damage. He heard the audio of the vault out, tried to pre-fire around the side, but wasn't quite far enough forwards. Now he has to get it done with the AUG the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, he still has a couple of flashes left available, and now confident enough to go in for the push, but it's a very tight angle, and Banana 1 finally gets it done. Yet again, it's going to be 21 HP left, and MG Gaming have endured just about enough. FW Esports still come out victorious.
Oh man, this minimap is an absolute state now, isn't it? Roy have finally made their push out of the compound with Edvi King still watching the northern side as they push down towards where Daytrade are being sandwiched between themselves and TDT. Van down low, getting a heal off on 3 HP, still getting some covering fire as TDT up to 5 kills now. They're trying to make it work. They've got themselves the win in the previous game. Now is the time for them to put that confidence, that momentum to some use, get some points stacked up on the board as NKT have fallen on 93 points. We said that all they have to do is not get 0, but it keeps happening again and again. Oh, and X-Men are picking up some points as well. They're holding the line in Cantera, and there's still so many more to potentially get as all these teams have to find a way forwards. Teddy can't do anything. Savior picks him off, and Upchen with a grenade lined up towards QiWA as well.
A little too much for me to actually process everything. WDG with 7, and now they actually surge up the leaderboards while the rest of Xavage men are also stacking more and more up against the rest of Roy Esports. They're being flushed out of all those compounds that they were previously holding, and now QiWA is stuck over onto a very tough alleyway. And the rest of TDT, they're also about to make their arrival, so they've got company for the rest of Xavage men. But we still have Algin bots somehow skeezing.
Looking for the eastern side of Cantera, but Windy's trying to do the exact same thing. They cleaned up the fight with FW and MGG, and now they're making a breach right alongside TDT. This is two teams that really could do with getting a big performance out of this game. They've already got 7 kills apiece, but Windy needs more to get into the top 8, and they've pulled up right into grenade range behind TDT.
I'm making sure that they prep themselves well for battle, and now TDT, hearing some of all the shots coming in from the other corner, and it's going to be Windy having 6, 7, 8, 9 to soak up all that damage. He will definitely need to heal up first and foremost. They're just cutting it really closely, and this is still pretty far off from where they need to be. It's just by the edge. We do expect a shift going on. If it does pull over the south side, they can continue this fight for a little bit longer. Algin Bot still hiding over on blue zone and hoping to squeeze out, but the rest of X-Men is in the way. So Happy Squad, they could still maybe get something, but they're already in the points for the placement, but one is not enough for Happy Squad.
He's got one first aid left, so he has to try and make a run, but Savior seems to know that there's someone lurking behind. He's not going to get much further, but one team that definitely could have big impact, R8, uncontested on the northeastern side of the map. They've got themselves a bit of control as Canaxi holds down the ridge line. eArena making a push forward. Cerberus tried to get in their car and make a send, wiped out entirely by 4Tanker, and now Rip making the push forward. Can't get the pumpy out in time. Van sits him down on the push, but there's still more to come. Windy Gaming wiping out TDT. 10 kills, 87 points. They're so close now, and there's still time left in this game for them to stack up a little bit more.
Absolute madness. These two teams neck and neck, and now Windy Gaming is gonna make them pay for it, while they could also aim for that chicken dinner. Still more work to be done. Latte by the edge, spotted by Tito, just making time. Don't care about that killing suit. There says no cover whatsoever for Tito. Or should I say, Latte is just trying to actually provide a little bit more to keep the rest of these members pretty much still up there in the standings. R8 still 4 members, eArena with 4, X-Men with 4. It's pretty much equal at this point, right? And with WDG playing at such a high tempo, they definitely are vying for a good spot. A top 3 finish will do them justice.
6 placement points left to gain for any of these teams. Any of them apart from eArena, those 6 points could make such a massive difference coming into the final game. R8 may be the first team to take the fight against eArena. It's almost separated into 2 separate engagements by this enormous ridgeline on the northern side of Cantera that Larix is creeping his way up, trying to find angles down onto Megvalos and UNQ on the low ground. He spots 1, he spots 2, puts a couple of bullets, doesn't connect them, but needs to be aware Canaxi is still up on the high ground as well. If he has a grenade, if the information is there, that forces Larix back. 57 damage dealt. Larix has no choice. He has to fall back, give up the high ground. R8 take advantage in the fight.
Megvalos not really hitting the shots on these SKS. They have to actually turn towards the AUG. Could have actually been a really good chance to at least claim one up against these members of eArena. Now they're kind of stuck over on this corner, and the rest of eArena on that push to climb up to once again reconvene and eventually take off Canaxi. And it's going to be WDG that gets involved, brings the health bars down low so that Norris can just put him on the ground.
Well, that's one way to deal with it. If there's a threat on the high ground, just regroup and throw 3 grenades at him at the same time. No way for Canaxi to survive that. And R8, they've been passive in so many of these engagements, holding the low ground. They said, Canaxi, you're safe. They can't push over the top. We'll be able to see them, but they don't need to see him. They just bombard him out of the game. Zizzy's trying to do the same onto Megvalos now, as UNQ has left him to his own devices to try and grab that revive. Latte on the move as well. He was holding the opposite side, looking into the fight in Cantera, but it's too little too late for him to show up now. Does get a trade onto Larix, but it's 2 down for R8.
Oh, so tough as the front lines are already down. All it's left to do is to hold down from the high ground. Canaxi does actually connect that 8mm shot, and here comes Latte to also clean up the remains of WDG members. And somehow, with him pulling over the south side, he finds these 2, winning down to only 1. WDG will have to play a little bit safer while Jacob does go back for a trade. R8 now brought down to 2.
Yeah, Windy, they pushed up the side of the ridge. X-Men, they went out west. They're wrapping in behind eArena, but eArena's ready for it. Oliver gets caught out. Lucky J spotted out on the cross as well, but Jacob can't connect the shots that he needs. Latte held the back line for R8. That's so crucial. Now Canaxi's AWM can still have some impact, but Larix needs to deal with X-Men the best he can.
All down to Jacob. He's just bypassing each other, trying to smoke, and now he might actually claim the prize. More shots connecting, but he's down to 25 HP. Savior somehow couldn't actually find it. Lucky J does land it, and there you go. eArena down to only 1. X-Men, they can't claim this chicken dinner.
But R8 is still pushing on the opposite side. They're still 2 up, and they still have to worry about Rip. Upchen is still lurking. Savior gets dogged by Norins on a 1 HP re-peek. A double headshot. R8, they've got to push this. They've got to make the most out of this opportunity. Upchen isn't here. Kanaxi a little bit more of a peek, and he would spot them on the revive, but he doesn't peek far enough. X-Men will grab the revive. They will get their opportunity. Savior still needs to heal. But this 2v2 could decide everything, and there's still Rip there to deal damage onto the back of X-Men if Upchen forgets about him for just a moment. Kanaxi with the AWM sits down Lucky G. Savior still hasn't healed. R8 still might be able to pull it off.
Oh my goodness me. R8 now claws their way into the finish line. Only need to seek out one more, but it seems like he kind of missed the mark over onto Upchen as well, allowing him enough space to work with this. WDG, they're supposed to be the torn the flash on either side of the party, but Rip, he's so far away. He's trying to see if he could just squeeze right into the zone while these two teams are being absolutely occupied. Still, anyone could take this game away.
And R8 really expected that they would have 3-man pushed. They were looking, they were checking every rock. They found out that it's safe, and now they can reclaim the high ground for themselves. 2 solos to be found. Look at all the ridges, all the angles to potentially peek from. But Rip and Upchen have put some separation between the two of them. Any of those kills, if Rip kills Upchen, that's 2 points. That's a placement and a kill. If Upchen kills Rip, the same thing in the opposite direction, but it means so much more right now to R8 or Windy Gaming. They're the ones chasing the top 8 positions, but R8, they have the high ground. They have Kanaxi on an AWM. He's still been hitting headshots, but not a single one of them is in this phase 8 circle. And if this does go down to the ultra late game, R8 is going to have to come down the other side of this valley, and they're just going to get lit up immediately as soon as they present any part of themselves.
This has to be the most important chicken dinner to be claimed by either sides. And oh, Upchen, he made it himself. Why?
That's smart. He knows that if he dies, it's 2 points to either of these teams, and these are teams that are both chasing. Now it makes it more difficult for Rip. There's only one angle for R8 to deal with, and Kanaxi only needs 1 bullet with the AWM.
He could potentially play for something, though. But now that you mention it, I think perhaps the point denial is what could be the play that is worth a whole lot more. While R8 definitely have to play a little bit more of the catch-up game, and these guys here have been able to farm some big numbers. R8, however, only gotten 4 kills thus far into this match. So claiming 15 points by the end of the run by taking down Rip would be vital for them to keep themselves pretty much within that top 8 ratio. So far, looking rather good.
Put some bait shots. He's putting some bait shots out there, but Rip has already peeked up over the top, caught him out. He knows the positioning, and he's peeking around the outside. As soon as this rock is out of play, he's got no smokes left. Rip can take the opportunity to try and peek over, but he missed the timing. Kanaxi actually gets down under the nose of Rip. He still thinks he's up there, but he's not. He's made his way down, and Latte on the close range angle. Now he just has to start putting smokes out. Start cutting off lines of sight. Latte spotted him, and through the smoke, it doesn't matter. Latte sprays him down. R8, it looked like it was all over for them when eArena made the push, but Latte holds the back line against Windy Gaming. Latte shows up just in time to get the refrags onto X-Men, who came in behind eArena and picked them off, and Latte finds Rip 113 to secure a massive, massive win for R8 Esports.
Impressive work rate coming out of this Thai squad that finally land themselves a chicken dinner here on the final day of the play-ins, and that battle that they had up against eArena was no easy feat for them to win. Once they actually got through that, there was also Xavage members that they really had to deal with, and despite not really having those big numbers of kill points, I think that 15 points should be just about enough to keep them competitive, and we're down to our final matchup to see who will finally make it through. And this game is just absolutely wild. I mean, where do we even start with these highlights?
Man, so much of it from the very beginning involves the teams that needed the points. Some of them found the opportunity to get the points and took it. Some of them got ran over by their opposition. TDT got some solid points on the board this game. Windy Gaming, good points on the board. R8 got the win. And teams like HAPPIE, they did not get what they needed out of this game. Algenbot's getting caught out at the end. He was their only surviving hope. Unfortunately, not enough. TDT eventually losing out on the fight to win D Gaming, who themselves lost out when they tried to make the push over the top onto R8. We said, Latte, you need to get over here. Your team is getting dominated by eArena, but he made the right call to hold the back line, to watch for the push and buy enough time for X-Men to make the play into the back line of eArena themselves. And that turned the tide for R8. And this time, it's an opportunity for R8 that they do not let slip, and they grab with both hands and make their way into the top 8.
We're going all the way down to the finish line here to see which one of these horses will be able to make that top 8, right? And we even see TDT to be able to get massive points through eliminations in order to upkeep their results, maintaining that top 8 that they did manage to acquire after securing that through his chicken dinner. So once we do show the leaderboards, I believe we're only just about 1 or 2 points shy for some of these guys to be able to make it through to that top 8. But nevertheless, that was absolutely beautiful work coming out of R8, where we finally get to see the former members of Valley Tide to be able to actually get a little something to return. And of course, Canaxi joining in from BRU was really showing up strong heading into this match.
Well, it's another low kill win, but it's to be expected. These are the teams that are playing to keep themselves alive, not getting caught into the chaos because they can't afford to. It's only 3 kills for Latte, but what an impact those 3 kills might just have, keeping the squad alive as Windy Gaming made the push up the eastern valley of Cantera. Watching their own backline, he picks them off, joins into the fight against eArena, and then gets the final kill on Rip113 to deny Windy Gaming an opportunity to overtake and make it into the top 8, while securing himself and his own team the extra points that they need to overtake Roy Esports and NKT to make it into the top 8. NKT, how many times have we said they can't be having 0-point games? That's all they need to do is get something. 1 or 2 points a game would be enough. It's been 3 games since we said that, and every single game since, they've been on 0, and now they've slipped out of the top 8.
Oh my, it's just devastating for these guys from NKT. I mean, I can't really fully blame them when you're looking at the top dogs to be so hungry for numbers, and even with them crashing out, now the rest of the midfield are also getting whatever chances given to them, and just like that, NKT now is tied with Roy, but just because of the tiebreakers, Roy is still slightly up ahead with their priority on placement points. Now, this is really going down to the wire. WDG needs 3 points or a whole lot more. HAPPIE squad slides down the list all the way to 11. Same could be said about MGG. They end up at 12.
Yeah, it's been a solid start to the tournament for MGG. If they were lucky enough for this to be a 12-game series, only 2 days, they would be in the finals. But this final day has been so impactful for so many of the teams that have been chasing. Look at the wins that we've had in particularly the previous 2 matches. TDT, R8, teams that really needed the points, and they managed to secure them in our final 2 matches. And with one last opportunity for the rest of the squads to try and replicate that success, to get themselves in the top 8, to steal away a spot from the teams that are currently holding on to them, it's all going to be so unbelievably tense for our final Miramar of the day.
Yeah, they never fail to impress me. This APAC lobby have always given us nail-biter finishes, and once again, this is definitely one for the books where we sadly will have to say goodbye to whoever does slip up. So this has to be a game with close to 0 errors for those who are from, I would even dare say 6, 7, or even for any forward chance that Buriram United can get a big game off. Although they are now pretty far off that list, so it's definitely going to be pretty hard for even a team like BRU. But my, MG Gaming, they got to wake up. And other than that, NKT, what's happening to this squad that showed us so many surprises back in day one, and it really felt like they got nothing up on their sleeves this time around.
I would hate to bring up bad memories, but eArena, PGS 4, day 3 of the grand finals, they were winning by a significant margin over first place, and they played too safe, too passive. They looked scared to take the fights that were the reason that they were in that first place in the first place. And eventually, after 4 0-point games in a row to end off day 3, Twisted Minds came in, overtake them, and took the trophy away from them. This time, it looks like they're not going to let any of those confidence issues affect them, but maybe it's the other teams who this is their first time out, having showings on internationals and regionals, having the chance to maybe qualify for globals later down the line, where that pressure starts to get to them. Maybe sometimes it's often said that it's easier to be in a position where you're chasing rather than to try and defend, because if you're defending, if you're currently in sort of 7th or 8th place, then there's 6 or 7 teams who want you to die so that they can overtake you. If they see you getting knocked in the kill feed, they will be making moves over to third party onto you. If they see you getting knocked, they will be trying to steal away your flushes and take the points for themselves. It's so much more difficult to be in the defensive position. And MG Gaming, it might just be that lack of experience that's maybe forcing them into some positions where they're not really able to get the most out of it. But Windy Gaming in the previous game was a big part of the reason why MG fell. They were showing no signs of that. Again, they were chasing. They need big games. They need to show confidence. They did exactly that. They saw MG's fighting FW. They sweep in. They third party. They get in a position to hold both teams out and take all the points, and they end up in 2nd place. That's what we need to see from those teams that just need a little bit more of a push to make it into the final stage.
Absolutely do agree with you. They can put up whatever shields that they want, but eventually when you have so much pressure, they will eventually fall. Now, this is where we'll see the teams cross the finish line, and hopefully we'll get an epic ending here to actually see who gets into the final stages. And whoever managed to even make the cut, they definitely have to give themselves a big pat on the back. And even if, despite not doing so, of course, they've delivered us some of the most intense action that we've get to see in months, as this APAC lobby so far has been absolutely well. So 1 minute and less than a half to go, as we will be going in for one last time for tonight.
PUBG Esports, man, there is nothing else like it. The one thing that all these teams really need to do for this final game is to go out there, put everything on the line, make sure that they leave out of today, regardless of the results, make sure they go home with no regrets. Make sure they're not saying, if only we'd done this, if only we'd put a little bit more effort in. There is no time for any of those accessories to come into effect. It has to be 300% gameplay for this final game, because the margins are so unbelievably slim even at this point, and so many teams are going to be desperately vying for those final spots in the finals. They need to make sure that whatever performance they put out there is the best of their ability, and that they try their 100% hardest, and that there's nothing more that they can provide. Otherwise, those regrets are going to eat away at them for several months.
Yeah, it's going to be some long months for them to endure, missing out on vital action. Of course, more prize pool to be lost in that, if that's going to be the case. But of course, there's only going to be winners as well as losers in every form of competition, and this is where it all ends for some of these guys.
Well, Miramar is where it all started 2 days ago, and it is where it all ends for the play-in stage for PAQ Phase 1 2025. 8 of these teams will move on to the final stage starting on Thursday next week for 4 days of action for 4 slots at the PGS 7 and 8 global tournaments, where they will face off against the best that the world has to offer. Teams from Korea, China, Americas, and EMEA will all face off against whoever it is that makes their mark on the APAC region in next week's matches. But first, we need to know who's going to be competing for those spots, and we're going to decide when this game is all said and done. The top 8 will be there to leave their impression in the final stage.
Yeah, so far, each one of these teams have definitely had some really great highlight moments out there. And It's honestly a bittersweet moment here in this very final matchup where some of those who have definitely worked the hardest and not really finding the results will just really have to let reality sink in by the end of the run. But with this final flight path, it really seems like it's been fair to all. We're getting the similar occasions where TNT, of course, sharing it with side with Zen Esports. Zen's got nothing to lose, so I guess it's party time inside Los Angeles. Maybe they can make it a world of hurt for TNT to keep them sleepless tonight if they're going to be making any form of mistakes in the early game.
It would just be the most poetic ending, wouldn't it? Zen Esports, 16th place, no real chance of getting into the top 8 after losing out on what could have been a big game, maybe marking a comeback on Tego earlier today. But if that's the team that catches you out on rotation, that ruins your chances of qualifying, that's going to sting. But the flight path has done its best to make this an even playing grounds. Everyone can more or less reach their primary drop spot from Buriram all the way up over in El Azahar, down to Daytrade in Chumacera. Everyone will get their favored picks, and the zone going up towards El Pozo. Please don't do it to him. Don't give us another El Pozo zone. Not for Game 6 on day 3. We surely can't.
My heart can't take it any longer. I mean, it could still be a La Cabrera, which isn't any better if you ask me, where you still have players to be playing around the creative fields and so. Now, definitely this is going to be a big head scratcher for the likes of Medi to figure out how they're going to be able to navigate, especially when you have teams who are dropping further down south. I mean, eArena doesn't really care if they were to actually crash out with 0 points at this point of rate where they've done just about enough to gain second spot. But of course, it'll be a little bit of an ego boost if they do come up ahead against Daytrade, which is currently 19 points up ahead. So it honestly doesn't matter too much. So moving on to who's already inside the zone, I do get a glimpse of Fortanker, who's moving from the corners of Montenevo. So if it's going to be El Pozo, they can actually get very early access to also challenge up against the rest of FW Esports, who are already set right into the city.
Well, last time we had a zone up in this area, it was FW getting up on top of the western rocks around the crater fields and HAPPIE squad on the east. The same thing is occurring. And it was NKT that picked up the winner-winner chicken dinner on the eastern side of El Pozo when all was said and done. And they are going to be hoping and praying that that will reoccur as well. They're already starting to make a move in, having Can up on the high grounds. There is no one in power grid right now, as NKT made a very early move to claim the sort of southern high ground area just below El Pozo, not wanting to let any other teams take that away from them and get ahead on what should be a priority position for them in the circle. Maybe anticipating that the zone is going to eventually shift away from the likes of La Cabrera, Alcantara. Just please don't go into El Pozo again.
I hope not as well. HAPPIE squad, they do have to play a little bit more of a catch-up since that was a dismal performance coming into the last round, and perhaps they would have actually prayed to the circle gods that, hey, why don't you give us this kind of circle last game so don't really have to take out that emergency pickup. So at least now they get themselves a fair shot, but they have to chase like what, 5 points of the deficit that they've kind of lost from that prior round, and then also needing to keep up to the pace of whoever adds more points to the tally as well. Roy Esports and KT are the ones holding on to that fine line, and we got ourselves the first emergency pickup coming in from Cerberus Esports, who have just made their way off of Picado.
That might be worrying. That might be a sign that someone is getting Navy SEAL 4-man parachute drops on top of their rock, on top of their cliffs, on top of their building. Doesn't matter. Cerberus on the move in the early phases of the game is bad news for any enemies nearby to them, because once they were pretty secured in their placement, they've just been running it down at anything that moves. We'll see who decides whether or not they're going to be choosing a victim in the final matchup of the day. Roy Esports should be safe from the watchful eye of Cerberus. They're quite far out to the eastern side of zone under water treatment, but it's TTS that's putting shots towards them for the time being. Still just outside the zone, grabbing the vehicles that they can. Still got rotations to make, and Buriram is rotating up further north around them, heading west along the Bulgaria Road.
Still relatively safe for the side for BRU, but Millie upon landing, they get themselves those high ground to rate. Cerberus Esports already peppering onto Banana One. Lebao does actually lands it directly to the head and leaves him stranded just truly open. Only got a little slight cover from the tree, but perhaps there should be just about no smooths for them to actually get something done. FW Esports, sure, they're in the top 4, but they can afford to trade back.
Yeah, Ray's actually got a knock onto Sololzi from really, really far away. Tonke came prepared for this, by the looks of things. Banana One did manage to at least crawl himself back into the safety of the compound, where Tonke has already placed down a mortar, maybe expecting someone's eventually going to drop an emergency parachute on top of his teammate's head, or maybe he was going to go for longer range shots onto Aya, but that thing can easily be repurposed and start putting some explosive firepower down on top of that rock towards Cerberus. Maybe make them pay for their insolence in sending Banana One packing.
Yeah, he's already planning something in return, so not too sure if he could just safely reposition that mortar, because he's absolutely putting himself at risk for that. And yes, tier observers were hoping for them to fire more of that shots as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. FW Esports at least keeps themselves relatively safe. Iya also getting attacked by Haisaki, so Cerberus Esports not gonna make it so easy. It's like, okay, yeah, I know what to do. Okay.
So if you're not aware, Cerberus is running POV streams where they have their team comms. And if you don't speak Vietnamese, they're probably going to be doing some highlights, and this will probably be on them as MQD just gives the kids a talking to for the time being, sharing out some loot between the few of them. Hopefully they brought plenty of ammo, because they're going to have a lot of shooting to do from this high ground position, while Haisaki does some intense calculations staring at the rock while trying to figure out where everyone else will be making their way into this zone. Roy and Windy are literally as far north as they could possibly be. They're hugging the edge of the map all the way to the north on their rotations so they can avoid a situation like this where Tonke, he's trying to figure out just how high he needs to send these mortars. You've got to put them further away than it seems if you want to land them high enough for this. And the Cerberus, scatter, boys. They're incoming.
Oh, it's just a feint tag over the far corner. I don't even see where exactly it lands.
Range finding. Okay, that one's a little closer, but that one wasn't from Tonke. That's someone else.
Oh, who could that be?
Yeah, that's 4Tanker that's sending them over from the north side of El Pozo. It is. They're launching them as well. Cerberus is under a real bombardment. That's nowhere near.
Oh, good attempt still. I mean, that will definitely keep Cerberus Esports on their toes for a little bit more. Or are they just double daring them as they're trying to fire shots back? It seems to be the case. I mean, knowing Cerberus Esports and the personalities that they have, they're not just going to sit still, sure. So Tonke, how many more mortar shells do they have? And I guess he's about to give us another surprise. Okay. They say third time's the charm.
I can tell by the camera that one's going to miss. And we need to take another like 40 or 50 meters off to try and get these to land. But Lambao just gets tagged in the back by Ia anyway. Hopefully Tonke's got a couple more and you can keep dialing it in, getting closer. But for now, Cerberus, they've E-picked onto here. They don't have vehicles to work with, and the zone hasn't really worked out in their favor as it has shifted as far to the northwest as possible. Alcantara is still playable in a phase 2 circle. That's pretty rare, but those teams that made all those wide northern wraps will be happy to see it. But eArena taking a fight against Daytrade, or rather Zen taking the fight against Daytrade. eArena's third partying from distance, but Tigger caught between no man's land, using his teammate for cover as he's knocked, but not quite enough. Nicel comes out ahead, 3 HP. And might just be able to pick up the pieces.
Wow, that came too close for comfort. I mean, that drop shot came just in the perfect time, and Zen Esports now finally gets to do what Daytrade has done upon them for multiple times already. Tananoldo still healthy and alive, but I believe they're worried about his current position. It's just that takes a couple more members for Zen Esports to fully commit into this push, and then they could actually sort this out. But Tandel, you gotta respect what this guy could actually bring to the table as well. We've seen clutches coming out of Tandel multiple times, and Happy Squad, they crash through and will take out the rest of Cerberus Esports.
Cerberus was trying to make some sort of play coming down from the rock and sending it into this compound, but Happy Squad is there waiting to receive a little bit of a team knock run over. Algen Bots is eliminated, but Happy Squad is still fighting. Imkity gets another knock around the side. Happy Squad down to just 2. They should get him on the cross. No, the repeat into Evil Patrick's line of sight. He will go down to a headshot. Happy Squad are vulnerable now. 2 knocked. There's a possibility they might get re-breached.
Indeed, and loving that there is some couple of honks coming in from inside of eArena. It says, we're coming right through, Talent, don't go anywhere. And he's just hiding right behind that pickup truck, and it doesn't seem like there's going to be much to be done right there. But he managed to eventually find the rest of FW Esports as the rest of the battle still continues on. Big nades falling through. Durance does match to sub-5, and Talent is already down and out. So Daytrade calls it a rest after 161 points gained from all 3 days.
Well, that's big now. That means that most of our teams that are already secured have been eliminated. TDT, X-Men, you might be able to put them in that tally, now hitting over 100 points apiece as well. The only real problem for the rest of the teams fighting for contention is eArena might just try and make this a dominant final game and try and contend with Daytrade for first place overall. But otherwise, that horribly compact mid-section of the leaderboard has been left to duke it out among themselves. R8, 95 points. Roy Esports, 93. NKT, 93. Windy, 90. It's so ridiculously close, just as it has been for the entire series from the very beginning. And we're going to have a battlegrounds on the western side of Crater Fields to try and make any sort of sense of what we're about to witness.
Yeah, well, right now I just feel like getting my brains off of the window right now and just expect that there's just going to be some crazy plays to be happening all across the map by the time we end phase 3 onwards. So BRU, great spot for them to actually farm up over on the top end of the unplayables, while there is WDG right below, as these players are being brought back onto the outskirts of Craters. So this is going to be a rough one for the rest of Roy Esports.
Must have been an emergency parachute for Buriram, or maybe a trip in a glider to get themselves up on the one unplayable rock that still remains in this zone. They're going to be so oppressive to try and play against. Even the teams that have high ground, like 4 Tanker on the south side of Crater Fields, are still in the line of sight of Buriram, who have 2 players on the high ground who get to freely farm damage in all angles, looking for steals away on flushes, looking for knocks on teams who are maybe feeling safe, like UDirt right now, peeking over on towards R8. He could be spotted out by the 2-man of Buriram on that high ground cliff up to the north. This could be a big move for Buriram, having taken this position. That could pay off massively for them. They still have about a 10-point gap that they need to close. This could go a long way towards helping them do it.
And that will be the best formula to do so if you think to just get those perfect angles up upon these guys. R8, they're just going to hold a very defensive maneuver right smack into the middle of the Crater Fields, and they're not the only ones, as a matter of fact. The Tin Soldiers are about to do exactly the same by occupying the bigger regions of the multiple warehouses. R8 Esports just making sure that there is going to be a certain exit plan, but that is also being cut off by the rest of 4 Tankers' current stance over onto the high grounds over the south side.
Beautiful sight, isn't it? An APAC game where all of the teams are actually trying. Seen that in a little while, where teams like Cerberus have just been running over people for fun. But now, this game matters so much for all of these teams. You really can't overstate how much making this final stage is going to be impactful for all of these squads. And it means so much for them. They're not going to be taking any unnecessary risks, and they're hoping that the zone will be kind, favorable towards them. They're not even going to go and loot the airdrop that they themselves called in because it landed on the opposite side of the road, and they don't feel safe enough to do so. Rightly so for TDT, as eArena is lurking just on the opposite side. If they did go for that crate, they're almost certainly going to lose one. Buriram United seem aware of X-Men's position creeping up underneath the two players that they have up on the very high ground, but not really able to find angles to try and prevent this push from coming through for the time being.
Wow, so much intel gathering coming from Dynasty, and now he fires one shot over onto Lucky J. This could either end up really good or really bad for the rest of BRU. They can't afford to actually lose a single member on those trades as eArena tries to brute force their way up against Roy Esports. Teddy does get the knock, and that's where the points are going towards for the moment. And also all around the outskirts, it's going to be Deep Prod also trying to find a little something in return. Sizzy tries to get a glimpse, try to see if they could just flush out Roy from that position as Teddy's pushing on to try to eliminate the rest of these buddies out of the field.
Roy Esports, holders of 8th place for now. Does TDT take the risk to push out of their compound, try and clean up this fight, prevent eArena from making their move on the top 1 spot by the end, but more importantly, prevent Roy Esports from stacking up anything else in their favor that could be a potential threat to TDT's hold on their 5th place position? It seems like they're prioritizing their space for now, and they're going to leave eArena to take this fight, even with the numbers disadvantage. The loss of Lyrics not slowing them down. Jacob finds a headshot.
And with the rest of Roy Esports bunch up all together, all they are praying for is for Buriram United to also supplement with some of all these long-range shots, but it's not finding anything at all. Sizzy now goes in for the flank. This angle is going to be a godly one, and Lawrence goes down. Sizzy, he does get the damage done towards the side of Kunyan, and Deep-Prod and King, they're slowly settling the fight, and it's all down to Sizzy.
Whoa,
And
got 2 down. Last man standing, Zizzy. He's so proficient when it comes to these solo plays, but Teddy is a bridge too far. 2 knocks in favor of them, but now X-Men, they've heard the commotion. They've flexed out to push towards this. So too has Hwang F of TDT, all of which under the watchful eye of Buriram, but Masters turned his attention over towards Daiziel, stolen away by Latte. Another big kill point picked up for R8. They are now the team holding on to 8th place position after Roy Esports successfully wipe out eArena, and now there's Mortars coming in as well.
It's just crazy on what Roy has been able to do defending that compound, and now has gotten all the attention coming from Buriram, coming in from Xavage Men as well. I remember back in a couple seasons ago when they were still called FTF, they've made this last hurrah, and they're doing it again. And that 4 points that they gained might just be enough for them to actually secure it. Oh, now finds the rest of Roy.
They're still not safe. 97 points. 1 man standing. It's not Teddy. It's Kunyit. He's already made his way further up the hilltop. He's so close to X-Men's Oliver. Hwang F might just have put the final nail into the Roy Esports coffin. They just have to lie in their graves and hope that 97 points will be enough. But looking at the teams who are still standing, I'm not sure that it will be.
Neither am I certain about this current standpoint. Well, Kunyit's in between sandwich to take either the fight up against the rest of these members of TDT or go up against Xavage Men. Their run will be over, only adding 4 to the tally. TDT also gains another 4 of their own. So at any given moment, if it's going to be another big game from TDT, Roy could still be knocked down into a deeper position. Xavage Men, they smell blood, and they know that these are the ones that they need to challenge in order to cut off from the top 8.
And NKT, they need to make the most out of this. They need to get some points back on the board, but their position sucks now on this new shift that's gone all the way up to the north. They are fully to the south, a wide open area where they either have to push up into high ground or just send into MGG's warehouse, and I'm not even sure they have the vehicles to do it. This could be the heartbreaking exit for NKT that we were so desperate to avoid happen, but they just haven't been able to get anything going for them in these final couple of games. They do at least have the vehicles, but they've got to make a send. I don't know where they go. None of these options seem good, but they've got to find something.
They're so far off. It seems like they do have a couple of vehicles, but they're just full sending it to whatever cover that they can actually find. TT unable to stop them on their tracks, but Dynasty though finds Oliver. That's another pick off over onto that north point, while Zayuf now getting involved looking for Hatawat. Oh, they find a little bit more of that dip to just get a little more cover from. That was a tar pop, it seems, and that headshot connects. Oh, that's one down from the side of NKT.
It looks like there's so much space in the center of this zone, but none of it is real. Everyone is on high ground. TDT is on rooftops. NKT losing 2. They just can't find anywhere to pull up, get any smokes, and Can is still under the watchful eyes of 4Tanker way down on the south. But Buriram, they've made their move. They've had to come down from their hilltop. They've pushed down to the south. Riz as well is behind enemy lines, up close and personal with R8 Esports. They're still the team holding on to our 8th place cutoff, and they're not too aware of the threat that lurks nearby. And even if they are, I don't know how they fight back against this.
There's just so much to be done there. Buriram United, they did manage to farm those big numbers that we do expect coming from the unplayables, and now they understand that there's not too many players left alive, and they really want to catch up in terms of those kill points. And Tina's going to be able to eventually nail down the rest of 40K. So long and good night. They've definitely had their good run, but R8 Esports still not down and out just yet. These 3 members can still formulate something over onto the far eastern corner of the map. TDT so far getting so much of all these points in these exchanges and still marking on to Savior.
Windy Gaming have just been lurking on the low ground all the way up north after their massive wide northern rotate. They came in alongside Roy Esports. They committed further west, and they have died for their choice. Windy Gaming get to hold on to the position. They survived the pressure from Buriram on the high ground above, and now they get rewarded with a zone where X-Men will be forced to make a move in from their west. And Windy Gaming might just have angles towards this. TDT as well need to make a move. So do so many other teams. Can't get into the zone though, but Megvalos with the M249 over the top finds an angle onto Tentrip. They're sprinting into the Happy compound.
And he takes 2 down. He's looking for Tree, but it's not quick enough to catch out Evil Patrick. And Patrick! Oh, he shuts off R8 Esports. Such an angle that he has to flick towards, and he's done it to keep Happy alive.
But they do just barely get into the top 8 for R8 before they go down. Happy though, she'll be able to get these revives, and they're just 3 points behind. NKT goes down, eliminated. He's ran over by 5657, 1 point shy of the top 8 mark. So heartbreaking for NKT. Just weren't able to get anything going for them in the latter half of today's games. But even with that 95th point, if they were able to get a couple more, it's not looking like it would have been enough, because the teams that are still standing are only a couple of points behind. And Evil Patrick is trying to drag Happy Squad over that line.
Happy Squad with those 5 points added to the table there at 99 points. And oh, what the tag over onto the dome of Nalty. That's 1 member down from the side of the TTS. Happy Squad, they just got to find a few more of these kill points out there. And you're just looking at a very rowdy crowd just tagging upon each other. Tentrip does make another one, and he confirms it upon Ina. He wastes no time. And just like that, TDT crashes true, secures another one in the back. And oh, the nade came out of nowhere from that blue to try to turn it all around. But TDT, they still have majority of their members, as it's just helter-skelter through these valleys of death.
Roy Esports 97, R8 96. Both teams are dead, and everyone else is within 5 or 6 points of closing that gap. Buriram United still going. 5 kills on the board, 4 alive, and they have the high ground angles over the top. But MG on the opposite side of Happy Squad's little valley sits Master down before he can start farming those fish in a barrel down below. They need the points too.
Oh my. It's just so tough for them to even navigate out there. There's no form of covers when it comes down to compounds, but they just really have to rely on all these terrains. But Zayu so far has been popping out for the side of TDT, and it just further solidifies the positioning for the side of TDT to make claims, and those nades connect, and it will be the 10th point claim. We're surely seeing them in the finals, and now it's all them up against the rest of Buriram United, who's been holding over on the corner, and they're just not going to allow those guys from the south to be able to breach. MGG, Happy Squad, it's now on them. How much more points can they gain from here on?
And Windy Gaming is starting to make a move out of their compound as well. Marcus is moving forwards. They still have presence of TDT on that western hilltop, but the zone will force them away from that position. Windy Gaming so damn close to the top 8, but Happy Squad still holding on while they can. And maybe it might be long enough for TDT to sweep around the side and put some pressure on MGG, but Ninja, he's ready for it. Flashbang over the top, but 5657 gets a big tag onto Van. Evil Patrick goes down for Buriram on the opposite side, and MG still holding on.
Triple flashes swing thrown to his side though, and the entirety of TDTs are looking for this push. They're drawing it into a close. Ninja 2K now has to put this P9 into work. Barely any angles as the rest of TDT falls back, unwilling to recommit as they know that this is going to be very, very tough to even let them get any form of cover at all. But this is going to be 5657. Now dropping the blue zone grenade to zone off.
Gotta get out.
These guys completely, and there goes the grenade connected. Only needed 2K left, and they're still getting blinded. So this is going to be an ending for sure. Well, Ninja 2K looking for the double, but he's just not enough. MG Gaming falls short. That's top 5 finish.
They might still be able to get it if TDT get wiped out. If Jun can't grab the revives, maybe he gets those couple of extra points, but maybe it won't matter regardless. No, it's just a utility diff for TDT. They come over with blue zone grenades, with frag grenades, and MGG have burned through everything they have, and the angle for Buriram on the high ground just enough to prevent Ninja from securing any of those flushes. Those points could have made such a huge difference, but now TDT have fully been forced to regroup down to the south. Windy Gaming get the chance to finally leave their compound, try to claim some space, maybe look to make a push into Buriram, put some pressure onto them from the northern side, which might buy Happy Squad a little bit of space to work with.
They're already working on that as you speak of it. Meanwhile, Happy Squad, only 2 members left, but they do know for the fact that Buriram United is just right above them. So perhaps they could still pop a couple of flashes while they were descending, then they could actually find something in return. But shots are being fired back coming in from the side of TDT. Zayu getting caught out, and they could just wait for these exchanges to happen. Edie goes down, now looking for Masters as well. Hong F, how much more damage can he do towards the rest of Buriram United? And that also allows a little bit more space for WDG to cut right by. They're just by the rim of the zone, and we're already into phase 8. Phase 9 is going to be absolutely out there in the open, so they gotta wrap this one quickly.
Oh, Master's angle through the window. No pressure coming on him from the southern side. He just peeks out around the side, catches a reposition on Marcus. And Windy Gaming, they've got a little bit of smoke to work with, but now TDT has their attention firmly focused on the north as well. Windy needs to find a way out of this. They need to start finding knocks or just get some smokes up, but that's not going to help. A headshot from Huang F, but Eddie buys them a little bit of safety, a little bit of suppressing fire as he takes the head off of Huang F. And Windy, they've still got a little bit of time to work, a little bit of utility, but it's running out. And Ia now getting involved from the low ground, getting knocks on Marcus as well.
It's a stalemate. They're just trying to tag each other off, but nobody actually gets to move deeper into the zone. And this is going to be a very rough fight to see who gets the chicken dinner. Buriram United, even despite them with the number, they need to make that descent, but there's nowhere safe for them. They got to start clearing the rest of WDG, and just like that, 6, 7, 8, 9, he will get the catch onto Master.
At the same time, T-Doi got taken out, and Windy have used their final smoke grenade. They have frags, but they can't get in range to put them to any use. Everyone is just staring down. They want to clear out this team on the north. They've tried to drop a smoke grenade to give them somewhere to get to. Rip just goes for a sprint down the open, and actually he gets away with it because Buriram's in the cars. They're making the descent towards the center circle. The timing is godly, but Rip gets caught anyway.
Oh, it's Timothy making magic happen, and now dealing with the guy running out of the open. That's the end for Happy Squad, but that's the top 3. Just about enough. BRU, they did not secure the chicken dinner. Now it's WDG with only 1 member remaining as TDT runs for a parade.
Windy might have got in on this by Buriram making that play, clearing out Happy Squad. They might just have done it. TDT with an absolutely massive game. All they needed was one single match, one good game for them to get the win earlier on today, and now we're seeing the confidence shine through. This is why this team is so highly rated out of the Vietnamese squads. Took them a while to show it, but there it is, a massive win for them, but maybe even more massive for Windy Gaming. That final push from Buriram, that extra placement point they got out of it, that could be the difference maker that gets Windy to finals.
Indirectly, they've been able to help out some of their brothers, Windy Gaming, to get through. We'll definitely need to wait for the official results, but TDT, man, do they need to make all their fans back in Vietnam sweat buckets for them to actually close out the game in such a fashion. But of course, a win that is much needed for TDT to eventually secure their spot into the top 8. We're certain that we'll get more of all these high octane action that we're going to be seeing from these gentlemen for sure. But Happy Squad, they got themselves another top 4 finish within this final round, and they've managed to also get quite a number of eliminations as well. Not forgetting that Roy Esports, they only got 4, but 4 probably isn't going to be quite enough for the Indonesians to get by.
I simply have no words left to say. There could not have been an ending for our final game 18 that put any more of the stakes for all of the teams on the line. TDT doing Cerberus things this time around, being judge, jury, and executioner, deciding the fate of so many of the teams that were so close to making it into the grand finals. But TDT, an 18 kill win. They were playing in from the west. They swept up every fight in their path and eventually come out victorious. But it's not them who will be the stars of the day. This final storyline is about the top 8 positions and all of the teams that have fought or died to make it to that point. Happy Squad put everything they possibly could in what looked like an unplayable position, caught between multiple teams on low ground, still surviving as long as they did. Massive credit to them. We just have to wait and see if it was enough. Can't fault the effort, but do they get the results to match?
Yeah, it's been simply lovely that all these teams absolutely turned up for this very final round, including MG Gaming that did survive till the tail end of the top 5 or top 6 finish. And then it became a long stalemate between these 4 remaining squads who were duking it all out. BRU had no other choice but to full send it, and that kind of resulted in Happy Squad also taking out. While they're going for that back and forth, WDG somehow squeezes that top 2 finish, and who knows if that is sufficient or not. But it's been big plays after big plays, and TDT, they deliver. And this is an 18 kill round for TDT.
Yeah. They had more kills this round than total points in their win on Tego earlier, but sometimes that's all it takes. When you're chasing, you get one little bit of confidence back from the win that they were able to pick up earlier on as they third-partied onto Windy and Cerberus on Tego. And now, look at them. They got that little bit of safety. They get to play a little bit more loose. They can play a little bit more reckless and just show off what they are capable of. 4 kills minimum across the board, but 6 for Hwang F, the IGL who leads from the front, just like Haisaki does. And as soon as they know that they're safe in qualification, they go out hunting. And it's a huge win for them. But a loss or a gain for TDT is going to make massive losses for so many of the squads that are going to be 1-2 points shy of making it to the top 8. There's going to be so many teams that are going to leave disappointed if they could have got one more kill, if they could have stolen away a point, got an extra placement point. Anything they could have done could have made a difference. But for TDT, ultimately, it is them who decides the fate of so many.
Absolutely. They definitely channeled the spirits of the Cerberus members out there since they're no longer in play, alongside with the rest of eArena as well, to depth out early. But of course, credit where credit is due. You saw the impact of Hwang F, all these form of information that he gathers, as well as relay to the team, and still actively involved to secure all these conversion ratios. Is just pretty absurd that this is a round that's been pretty much record high throughout the course of play-ins as well. So, of course, TDT, we want to see more of this in the finals, where they absolutely get activated on all fronts.
All right, Hwang F, cool glasses, cool hair and everything, but we need to see what everyone has been waiting for, the leaderboard at this final stage, with the final match having so much on the line for so many teams. And early on into this game, Cerberus, Daytrade, eArena and FW all fall out early on, leaving it just to be a free-for-all for all of the teams down towards the middle section of the map. And so many of them had a lovely final game. Buriram United, 14 points. Could that be enough? HAPPIE, 10 points. Windy Gaming, 8 with those 6 placement points. Maybe that could have been the difference maker for any of those 3 teams that made it to the final 4. A different order that they were taken out could make a huge difference. Teams like Roy Esports, MGG, they're all going to be so unbelievably close.
Oh, now I think the next slide that's going to appear is going to break some hearts and going to send, of course, a lot of happy tears to those who have qualified by the borderline. I can't wait to actually check it out. But MGG, this was 7 points that they needed. They finally broke out of that stagnation. You could say the same about Roy Esports. So although they were cutting it really closely with these 4 points, but they were stopped by the rest of all these members of TDT. And lo and behold, here are our top 8 teams that makes it to the final stage next week.
What is this? What a turnaround. Hold on a minute. Wait, didn't we have like 4 Thai teams in the top 5? And now there's only 3 that are going to the finals. NKT have slipped so far down. They were in tied first place after day 1, but only 2 points in the final 4 matches. They just needed anything, any amount of points. 3 points, 1 point per game would have got them in, but they've slipped all that way down. Buriram, a massive final game, but it's not enough. R8 going out early as well after picking up a chicken dinner in the game before, but it's not enough. Windy Gaming surviving on the low ground. HAPPIE doing the same thing as well. Those placement points make all the difference, and they get themselves just barely by a hair's breadth into the final stage of play-ins. That is honestly unbelievable.
Unbelievable. I'm baffled. R8 just needed 1 more point and they would have actually won the tiebreaker as well. That's how close this matchup has been. And congratulations to our teams here in the play-ins to make it out to be setting up more games up against AG Global, Decimate, Forest Natural Gaming, QiWA, Sharper Esports, Team Flash, the Expendables, and not forgetting Theerathon 5.
Well, how could we forget? How could we forget the teams that we're going to be waiting to see perform? But how could we forget this final game? So close. Heartbreak for so many of the teams, but elation for others who just about sneaked their way in by literally 1 single point. We said that 1 or 2 points would make all the difference. Oh, man, there's teams down as far as 12th place who, if they'd got 3 additional points, would have done enough to get into the grand finals, but that was just all they were missing. But it's those final tight little margins. That's all it takes in a match like this. 18 game series of super settings PUBG Esports, and we still have 8 teams separated by just 4 points. It's honestly unbelievable. What a region this is. APAC, the grand finals. I can't wait to see it, man.
That's why I'm always grateful to be able to cast this one with you. And looking at how this one plays out, it already feels like the grand finals itself, right? And then in the grand finals, there's only going to be 4 spots. Oh, these guys better be well oiled enough, because we're only going to be taking like couple of days break before they get back into action for these guys who are going through play-ins. So hopefully there's just about enough stamina. While for those who have been playing or waiting to get themselves some action, I hope that they've gotten just about enough practice to be just as good as what we see here coming from Daytrade, eArena, and many more.
But the thing to worry about now heading into the grand finals is we saw what the confidence of knowing that you're safe in terms of qualifying did to a team like TDT, who had a whole bunch of 0-point games. They get one win. That puts them into safety. Suddenly, this final game, they're almost hitting 30 because they can play with confidence. Now imagine in the finals, the Expendables, a global partner team, they're already in the global series. They're PGC champions from the previous year. They're going to come out full swinging left, right, and center. They have nothing to worry about. And every single game might look a lot like what we just saw, where everyone else is scrapping to survive and they're just out there farming whatever they can find. That's going to be something that's going to have a lot of these teams extremely worried. But for the grand finals, congratulations to all the teams that made it. Commiserations to those who fell slightly short, but what a ride it has been.
It definitely has been a wild ride. And of course, thank you so much for casting this alongside with me, as it's been a great run so far here in the play-ins. And also thank you for those of you guys who have been sticking around, hanging out with us throughout the course of this weekend. So we'll see you guys once again in a couple of days for our final stage of the PUBG Global Series APAC Qualifiers 2025 Phase 1.
我但未努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計。感知但係有人好運，有人無解。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞。錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞。錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，都能食 chicken 咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。 咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇。 成嚿叉燒擺到埋口，跳到兩口，單單就咬唔住。同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓第三，就份復習，個身諗住好個月，出咗面對不斷地輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂。乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。 咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，都能食 chicken 咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞。 咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。 咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼，仲喊都冇能為力。睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息。走雞唔成蝕8米被發現痕跡。成日發夢叫點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益。看風勢正你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟。我但未努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計。感知但係有人好運，有人無解。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞。錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞。錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，都能食 chicken 咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就，咪就。 咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞， 咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講我錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒擺到埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住。同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓對手，就份復習，個身份住好過要出盡力對不對你輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，遊唔出呢個節堂。乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不易飛。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，到兩隻 chicken 啦，咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪就咪就。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟，惡下睇漏眼仲喊都無能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔